ready? Is it 5 o'clock?
It's actually after 5.
All right, well, I'll call the meeting to order. Anita, can you please give us a roll call?
Councilmember Medina Dirksen. Councilmember Burnett.
Here.
Councilmember Berkeley.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Biella.
Here.
Mayor Delgado.
Here. All right, thank you, Anita. Heidi, do we have any change to our proposed closed session?
No, Mayor, we do not.
Okay, then I think if we don't have any public. We have one member of the public. So, Chase Tinsley, this is, just a hello before we go into closed session, but if you had any comment on any closed session item, now would be the time. Otherwise, we'll see you back for the open session at 6:30.
Oh, got it. Thank you.
Okay, Chase, we'll see you at 6:30. Thank you. than that. So I'll let everyone know we're here for the continuation of our Wednesday, August 3rd, 2022 City Council meeting. We started at 5, been in closed session primarily since then. And our city attorney Heidi Quinn is going to summarize for us what we did during that closed session. Thank you, Heidi.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Tonight, the council met in closed session on 2 items, conference with legal counsel regarding potential litigation, 1 case, and also performance evaluation of a public employee, the city manager. As to both items, there was discussion, but no reportable action was taken. And that concludes my report.
Thank you very much, Heidi. And we also had Bob Raffy, our former city attorney, joined us for part of the closed session. So we want to say thank you to Bob. And now I'm looking for a volunteer that might wish to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance after a moment of silence. Thank you, Lane. So Lane Long, our city manager, is going to lead us in the pledge after a moment of silence. Thank you.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, lady. We're going to go to special announcements from the public first and then from city council. Anything that's on your mind, any event coming up you want everyone to know about, please raise your hand, and everyone has up to 4 minutes should you need that. Let's go to Les Martin. Welcome, Les.
How are you? Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear. Thanks, Les.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. As the mayor stated, my name is Leslie Martin. I go by Les. As an announcement, I would like to state that I've qualified as a candidate for City Council from District 4 and will be on the ballot in November. I've been a resident of Marina, living in the Dunes development since October 2016. I have 30 years leadership experience as a Navy Supply Corps officer, retiring at the rank of captain. I have 5 additional years of civil service with a total of 35 years federal service. My experience is in the areas of logistics, finance, accounting, contracting, and operational planning. My tours of duty included 2 Pentagon tours on the Navy headquarters staff and on the joint staff, and key staff positions in the Pacific, the U.S. Pacific Fleet staff in Pearl Harbor and the U.S. Pacific Command staff in Camp Smith, Hawaii. I have a bachelor's degree in economics and political science. I have an MBA from Duke University. I have a second master's degree from the National Defense University. I'm now fully retired, have ample time available to study the many issues impacting the city. I have no business connections which would create or conflict of interest, and I'm receiving no support from any political party. I would be privileged to serve as Marina's 4th District City Council representative if the citizens so choose. Thank you for your time. Bye.
Thank you, Les, and good luck in your seeking city council. It's a lot of work and to run for office, so we appreciate your commitment. All right, next is Mike Owen. Good evening, Mike.
Good evening, Mayor. I would like to correct your statement about doing pretty good. Compared to your last council meeting, you are doing fantastic. In my previous comments, I've stressed 2 things. SB 330 Housing Prices Act of 2019 streamlines only housing projects. And number 2, tree removals on housing projects have been and continue to look to be a relatively minor part of the tree committee's responsibilities. For example, coming up soon will be tree permit requests for the Dune City Park, nothing to do with SB 330. Down the line will be tree permits for the final Dunes Opportunity commercial phases, also nothing to do with SB 330. And then tree permits for Dunes South 3rd Street Office Park, not any part of SB 330. Any commercial or public developments within Cypress Knolls, such as the proposed fire station on the southeast corner of Injamin, California, which contains a small oak grove, assuming the bond measure gets passed sometime. When the second fire station goes into Vince DiMaggio Park, also not related to SB 330. And when the Civic Center goes to Lock Padden Park, trees are going to be an issue, not related to SB 330. All of the above require tree permits, unaffected by the Streamlining Housing Crisis Act, are examples of where the tree committee would be able to cite precedents disproving the clear-cutting rationale that mere proximity of trees to construction activities, etc., demands removal of all the trees. When the CDD provides his recommendations to council about re-engagement of the tree committee on 16 August, I hope he would include two things. One, the only city commission or committee whose terms are limited to just 1 year is the tree committee. That was because after the very pro-development mayor and staff failed to eliminate the TC in 2005, staff rewrote the tree ordinance to limit its effectiveness. After a series of snafus that took Greg Simmons 1 full year when he first submitted his application to when he was finally officially able to vote as a tree committee member, after that, staff agreed to cut the red tape and process existing applications of current members automatically if they wish to continue, and that internal policy should continue. Number two, recommendation I hope the CDD does. The very pro-development staff around 2005 also took the landscaping review from the tree committee and transferred it to the DRB, in effect passing it to just one DRB landscaping experienced member, to whom the rest of the DRB deferred regarding landscaping recommendations. As you would expect, when it's given and exercised by only one person, that review is not very rigorous compared to when it's done by the full committee. The landscaping reviews should be transferred back to the tree committee where all members have experience and expertise. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike, very much for those comments. Now let's go to John Sanders. Hello, John. It was good to see you yesterday.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My comments tonight are about the proposed general obligation bond resolution that council considered during its July 26th session. Prior to July 26th, council discussed the GO bond on January 25th and July 12th. To my knowledge, no public meetings outside of council sessions were held between January 25th and July 26th. An opinion survey was conducted by FM3 Research. My wife, Linda, was among the 301 respondents in that survey. At the time that she answered survey questions via an email format, she was not aware that the survey pertained to a proposed bond. As I reviewed the YouTube video of the January 25th council meeting when the bond measure was first discussed by council, I was impressed by comments from Councilwoman Marina Dirksen and Councilman David Burnett. Marina Dirksen asked City Manager Long for assurances of public transparency, which he agreed to. Burnett called for fiscal responsibility in going forward with considerations of a bond. Those viewpoints seem like sound principles to steer by. So I asked the following: what steps have been taken thus far by council and staff for public engagement on the bond measure? And secondly, will council ensure that it will conduct meetings to foster open public discussion on the proposed bond measure? Thank you.
Thank you very much, John, and for your emails that were similar, but this is new information and I appreciate it. We all do. Let's go to Scout Dowsing. Hello, Scout. Sean Dowsing. Sorry, Sean.
Hey, good evening, council members. I'm hoping you can hear me since the clock started. My
Loud
name
and
is
clear.
Sean. My name is Sean Dowsing. I'm an attorney here to represent Resource Environmental. I believe it was probably one of the closed session items that you discussed with the City of Park Blight Removal Project, which is, of course, the subject of the bid protest.
Mayor,
Yes, go ahead. Let's
This is-
freeze sorry, one moment, please. Let's freeze the time clock, please. And go
Mayor,
ahead.
this is on the agenda tonight.
Yes, so depending on what he says, I'll tell him that this is on the agenda tonight. So it can't be the kind of discussion that we would have later because it's on the agenda. This is just for items that are not on the agenda that you might wish to comment on now.
No, you know what, Mr. Mayor, I think that's on me. I'll wait till the agenda item comes up.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Heidi. I was going to wait to see what he was saying before I let him know what you've advised. All right, so let's go to anyone else who wants to make announcements or share their concerns. Let's go to Tommy Balea. Good evening, Tommy.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, citizens of Marina. I thought that event yesterday was pretty cool. I mean, talked to police and fire, tried to talk to all the different organizations. I thought it was a pretty cool gathering. I tried to stay longer, but it was getting kind of cold, so I was on my bike, so I had to bundle up in some warmer clothes, but it was all good. But anyways, that was a nice thing that they do, and I wanted to give thanks for all the work that they do. But I would say let's save that Oak Grove on California and Imgen. I don't understand. You could work on that idea, but you buy that building on Del Monte, and that is a beautiful building. You can add a third floor. It can be all the city council. You can move the police station over there as well. You have plenty of room. You could build a third floor. You can use the existing top floor of the police station, use it for the planning or whatever. And then you tear down all the rest of the buildings and you have all that land to build a new wellness center. You have plenty of land, more parking spaces. I mean, it's just a win-win. You save a lot of money. I mean, I wish you guys would consider, I guess the question is, would you guys even consider it? I mean, it's just a win-win. You guys can save a lot of money and we can get the things that we want, like an indoor swimming pool, an indoor hockey. I mean, those things can happen much faster, much faster. Now, I noticed at the end of one of those things, you were saying you were going to annex land between East Marina and East Garrison. Now, you might very well do that, but that land is wildlife area, and you're not going to build on that land. Now, that's going to be where I come in. You're not going to build on that land. You are growing way too fast. Now, you got all the inside that you're building out. You're going to build out in North Marina. You've got plenty of growth going. You don't need to go into that wildlife area. I have plenty of pictures of wildlife. And yes, they are coming. Because every time I go through there, I take pictures. So they'll be coming. We need to save that land. You're not building east. You're going to build north or you're going to build south, but you're not going east into Fort Ord. So I'm going to fight on that. What happens if the city defaults on the bond? What happens then? I'd like to know. Worst case scenario, I hope it never does. But if you default on that bond, what happens? I would say overall, I'm just going to spend a short time, but the mayor overall picture is to improve our quality of life. I understand the mayor goes here, goes there, decide what tree branch gets cut, walks down my street and decides, well, this street doesn't need repair. I mean, the mayor is at the top. You should have staff to take care of that. And I kind of understand what's going on. You're limiting your staff so you can spend all the money and resources on all the growth. I understand that. I'm starting to get the picture. But the mayor's responsibility is to improve my quality of life, clean air, clean water, no noise. But it's an ongoing issue. It just, once you solve that problem, you go back and make it better and better and make everybody happy as a community. But to have the mayor decide which tree branch gets cut or what street gets repaired or where there's going to be this or that, I think the mayor is making too many decisions on his own, and it needs to be more of an ad hoc committee on all the decisions moving forward. You guys have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments and insight, Tommy. Let's go to Brian McCarthy.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Brian McCarthy. I too am a qualified candidate for Marina City Council, however, in District 1. And I'd like to announce that formally. I have a website for anyone that's interested in learning more. It is www.marinabrian.com. That's MARINABRIAN.com. If I am elected, and actually, even if not elected, one of the things I'd like to work on with the council are some minor tweaks on the way city meetings are run. And one thing that I've noticed tonight is that this is one of the first times that public comment has been allowed during a special meeting. Usually the council does not agendize public comment during special meetings in my experience. So I am kind of just curious if that's a new policy that's been adopted or if tonight's maybe just kind of an anomaly. Yeah, so I think the council's doing a really great job. But again, I think there's always room for improvement and some small tweaks as to the way things are done. And I look forward to being a part of that discussion, regardless if I'm elected or not. But I am running for City Council in District 1. And again, my website address is www.marinabrian.com. Thanks a lot. Look forward to the discussion tonight.
Thank you, Brian, and best wishes in your run for City Council. All right. Anyone else wishing to speak before we close public comment tonight? We'll give everyone a couple moments, which is about 7 seconds per moment. Okay, we'll address all the questions we heard, close public comment at this time. John asked, what steps have been taken toward public engagement regarding the potential bond measure that's maybe in our near future?
And he'd referenced the January meeting. Actually, we've had more meetings than just the January and the July meeting. We've had meetings in April and May. But as far as going forward, council's given us direction to reach out to a communications firm that specializes in elections, and we have reached out to one and are waiting to get a proposal from them. We should have it back next week, and I anticipate it will be on our August 16th council meeting agenda. And the purpose of that firm is to put together a public engagement strategy. And so we'll have a lot of details at our August 16th meeting when we bring that proposal back to the council. But that is the intent. That was the direction from the council on delaying the bond measure from November, was to reach out and get some assistance and reach out to the public a lot more, engage a lot more, explain what is going on, make sure people can get answers to their questions and thoroughly understand what the facilities are, where they're located, why the need for them. And I think that kind of covers over all that.
Yeah, and Lane, you did a good job of answering the question I voiced. I think I may have had the question wrong. John may have asked what steps were taken toward public engagement before we had our meeting a week or two ago and decided not to put it on the ballot. I'll jump out. Kudos to Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen for public engagement. One thing she did was she went to a farmer's market for a few hours, set up a table, got people's input on the potential bond. She's also been very busy on social media, getting the word out about the bond. So thanks to Christina for that. But Lane, can you mention anything else that you can think of outside of the 6 to 8 city council meetings where we went in quite a bit of detail about why we might need a bond? Can you mention anything else that comes to mind?
No, I think that the biggest thing, and John had mentioned that, was the the survey. And even though the survey went out to 300, I think 301 households. And I think there's been some things out there on social media saying that those surveys only getting out to less than 1% of the population. And what it's not telling is these surveys are 95% statistically valid. And so that survey, it is statistically represented 95% of the community of Marina, plus or minus 5%. And so people don't understand that concept with surveys. Like nationwide, when we have 300 plus million people, they do a survey nationwide, and it's only 1,200 people they survey. And so these companies that do the survey, they are very accurate. They're very statistically valid. And even though only 301 citizens got it, it really is representing a sample that's 95% accurate. So that survey really was a tool that helped us, I think, in a lot of our decisions, a lot of our discussions. And I think that was another tool that was very effective. And that presentation and the results of the survey were made available to the public.
All right, Lisa or Christina, Councilmember Berkeley or Councilmember Medina Dirksen, did you have anything to answer John's question? I know your hands are up, so we'll get to you. Okay, John, I also want to say that we can always do a better job with public engagement. But we're so busy with so many issues that we don't address some issues as well as we would like to. And I think looking back, the bond issue, public engagement was one issue that we didn't do as well as we could have and would have liked to. Not that if we did it again, we'd have more transparency, because that means we would have had to kick other things to the side that we probably wouldn't have. But we are looking ahead to discussions before we put anything on the ballot relevant to a bond for public facilities, public buildings. And so anything that we didn't do over the last year and a half, we have a chance now to get it a little bit better. But it's going to be hard because there's a lot of other things on our plate currently. All right. Tommy asked, could the city staff consider reusing our current city center, remodeling it, including the building on Palm Avenue and Del Monte Boulevard, that southeast corner where the tattoo and the vape shop is. So all of that land around our civic center now, could that land be considered by the city for remodeling it, tearing some of it down and rebuilding for our future civic center? Lane?
Anything is a possibility. We have looked at that, and
You say we have or have not?
yeah, we've discussed that internally, and it just, we have much better options available out there.
So part of the public transparency in the future might be to go into a little bit more depth about the options that were considered and rejected, the three options that were in our year 2000 general plan, but we didn't get very deep into those options during our bond discussion. Tommy also asked, what happens in the worst case on any bond, including the bond we discussed a couple meetings ago, if we default on the bond? Maybe that's a Heidi question. Maybe that's I'm so sorry, Juan Lopez.
Well, for a general obligation bond, it's placed on the property tax roll. And so for that to default would mean that we aren't able to collect property taxes from our citizens. And that just isn't going to happen unless we have a level the whole city of Marina. So realistically, a general obligation bond, you aren't going to default because that's put on the property tax. Now, other types of bonds like revenue bonds and things like that, like we recently did one for Measure X, and it's called a certificate of participation. And what is collateral, we use other city assets as collateral on those.
So if we were to default on those, we could lose our city assets that were collateral.
Correct.
And if we defaulted on the impossible sort of situation of a general obligation, a GO bond, what would happen?
For that to default would mean that we don't, that we lose every home in the city of Marina, every business, and that we aren't able to collect any property tax.
Okay. And what would happen? What's the penalty? What's the recourse?
Well, if we default, then it defaults and the investors are out the money. Then our bond ratings, which are very good right now, then they would absolutely tank if we ever defaulted.
Okay, thank you. Brian asked why did we have public comment during a special meeting tonight? And it's not really a special meeting unofficially, but normally what happened last night as a regular meeting, but we delayed it one day for tonight so that we could all go to National Night Out. And to delay it one day, we had to call it a special meeting. So it's functioning as a regular meeting, but it is technically a special meeting. But because it's functioning as a regular meeting, we're having the public comment that we just finished was on the agenda. As a consent agenda also we have on this meeting. It's not normally on a special meeting, could be, but normally it's not. So it's really unofficially, it's a regular meeting. Heidi, do you have anything more to say about that? Tonight being a special meeting?
Mayor, members of council, just that I agree with you that typically for a special meeting, we don't have a public comment portion, but you're exactly right. The city is conducting business much like its regular meeting, just delayed one day. So that's why we do have all our typical items on the agenda. So that was just the discretion of the council and staff.
Okay, thank you, Heidi. Did anyone note a question that you'd like us to answer that I may have overlooked? That's all I had. Okay, I think Christina, you were first, so let's go to you and then Councilmember Berkeley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I want to welcome the 37 participants that are here. It's quite exciting to have so many of you with us and engaged in city government. I have a couple announcements to make, but first off, I do have a question for our city clerk, Anita Shepherd. What is the filing deadline if anybody else would like to run for city council? And we have 2 seats available, a district. Which 2 districts do we have available? And what do people need to do?
Filing deadline is August 12th, and they just need to come in and request to pull nomination papers for districts 1 and 4.
And do they need to call you ahead of time, or is it just you have certain hours?
It would be nice if they called ahead, but they could walk in and just request them.
Okay, so your name is Anita Shepherd Sharp and your phone number is on the website, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, great. I just want to make that available for anybody who's interested. I have a couple announcements to make. First of all, I wanted to give hats off to our police and our fire department for a very successful National Night Out last night. Eddie Anderson, I see that you're here. Do you have an estimation of how many people came? Because I saw so many and we haven't had it since pre-COVID. It was quite exciting to see our community engaged. So Eddie, do you have an idea of how many people attended and how many volunteers we had out there and how many officers got dunked in the dunk tank?
Well, there were quite a few officers that got dunked in the dunk tank, and they all enjoyed it, believe it or not. They had a good time being dunked by their own children and by members of the community and other police officers as well when they had an opportunity to do so. I don't know about how many people were there, but I estimate there were over 300 people there. We had our cadets there volunteering. We had other Marina citizens volunteering. It went really well. We're very grateful for the turnout and the success and all the hard work that everybody did to make the event successful. I was talking about National Night Out a lot today, and what was really surprising is at the start of the event, even before the event started, we were packed. There were so many people there, and it was just a joy to see. Another thing, our Facebook, the live Facebook videos that the chief did, that Sergeant Rosas did, were very successful. I was looking at some of the counts on the views today, and some of the counts were well over 700 views. Even last night, an hour after the event, there were over 500 views. So that was definitely something that new that we added to the event this year, a lot more of that, and we'll continue to do that because that was really successful. So thank you to all the council members and the city staff that showed up last night. It was amazing, and we look forward to next year.
It was wonderful. Free hot dogs and dunking police officers. That was great. I just want to say thank you for that. Speaking of parents, welcome back to school. School started for many students in town today. So congratulations, parents, for getting through the summer. I just wanted to throw that out there. An announcement today, Joby Aviation. I want to let you know that the White House held a summit on advanced air mobility, including drones and eVTOLs, which Joby Aviation, who's doing business in Marina with hopes of manufacturing these eVTOLs, which are electric vertical takeoff landing aircraft. So they had a meeting today at the White House. CEO Joe Ben Evert was there. And so this is taking an innovation technology that is being built right here in Marina to the center of government. So this was a summit on taking a look at the future of aviation in America and regulatory strategies towards responsible and adoption of these technologies. So just hats off to Joby for putting Marina on the map, and we look forward to working with them even more for making a very big difference in our carbon footprint. The next thing I wanted to mention was Monica Collier retired. She was with our finance director for our finance department for how many years, Lane?
10 or 15 years. So it's here a while.
Right. I saw her last night and I just wanted to give her a shout out. Juan, how many years was she here? Do you remember?
I believe it was almost 25 years.
25. Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry, Lane, I don't want to step on your your number, but yeah, she's here for quite some time, and definitely she definitely appreciates the kudos, and it was nice that she was out there at National Night Out.
It was very nice to see her. I promised to take her to lunch. She has been an invaluable staff and part of our Marina family. So I just want to give her a shout out to spending all her years and giving us her dedication. So that's Monica Collier, who retired. The last thing I wanted to mention, and possibly Council Member David Burnett can weigh in on this one, was the Surfline map. The MST, Monterey Salinas Transit, was awarded $25 million from the state to help fund the Surfline. This is a bus and rapid transit project that's going between Marina and Sand City. It's going to go alongside the freeway, and the idea is to have a rapid bus. So the project's about 75% funded, and MST's website has an interactive hub. I say this as a member of the Transportation Agency for Monterey County. I sit on that, and there is a website, there's a space on the MST website that's a very interactive, so you can see where it's going to go and what routes will connect to it. And I think that's super important because it's a 6-mile route taking off here, starting in Marina. So it goes from Marina to Sand City and Seaside along the along the freeway. So this is something that is going to impact us greatly. As its funding becomes more secured, just want to make sure that everybody in our community is aware of it and have your say. And what was the other thing? I think that's all I have. So thank you all for listening and for being here.
Thank you, Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen. Now let's go to Councilmember Lisa Berkeley.
Thank you. Just a quick heads up to be on the lookout for on social media. On August 18th, the Marina Democratic Club, will be hosting an event called Housing is a Human Right, Affordable Rents Equal Homelessness Prevention. And we will be co-sponsored with the Democratic Women of Monterey County, as well as the not-for-profit Housing is a Human Right and Monterey County Renters United. So it should be a very important and relevant conversation. So I hope you all will join us. And again, that's August 18th, 6 p.m. It'll be on Zoom. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Lisa. I wanted to announce a wonderful event happening at Cal State University Monterey Bay tomorrow, Thursday at 7 p.m. and this Friday, August 5th at 7 p.m. So Thursday, Friday, 7 p.m., same show. It's a production put on by high school students from around the county. And these are high school students who basically wrote down the challenges they've had in life to get to the point they are in life. And then they were assisted by professional theater staff and professors and students at the university to turn their life history into a production, a theater production. And so there'll be various students basically acting out their life histories challenges at the World Theater tomorrow night and Friday night. So I'm going to go with a 13-year-old and her mom. And I think it's really important for young teens to see what older teens are going through and how they're working through the challenges. And it's again, I think, be a very heartfelt production. So that's Thursday, Friday, 7 p.m. this week at the World Theater at CSUMB on 6th Avenue. National Night Out, a lot of mention tonight. It was just fantastic. It's fantastic every year, but everybody's happy at these National Night Out. There's lots of activity, lots of MC expertise, 30, 40, maybe more, up to 50 maybe organizations that are represented, some beautiful displays, a lot of interactive displays, a lot of good information and good people volunteering to share with their organizations like the SPCA or the California Department of Fish and Game, poaching department, poaching branch. It's just a lot of great displays and wonderful time. So please go next year. I think it's the first Tuesday in August every year. It's free food. It's just great. This Saturday, like every Saturday at 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., volunteers are welcome outside the Marina Library to work on a community garden and oak woodland restoration project. Get your hands dirty, get some exercise, have fun, meet people, learn a lot about the native Marina flora, plants, and how to grow vegetables that do well here in Marina. 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. And then the second Sunday of every month, this month, it's August 14th, from 10 a.m. till 12:30 p.m. We pick up litter along the rec trail north of town, the railroad track, and Lapis Road and Del Monte Boulevard. And then at 12 noon, we have pizza for everybody. So it's always fun and really important work that we do to keep that whole corridor from Beach Road to the landfill and Highway 1 north of town, off ramp, on ramp. Keep that as clean as we can by going back every single month. So join us August 14th if you're interested. And just a way heads up, next year, April 15th is Earth Day Marina outside the Marina Library. And it's good to plan it because some organizations have boards of directors meetings and they have a lot of planning they got to do to get their groups to be part of Marina Earth Day. But it's Saturday, April 15th, 2023. And kudos to Citizens for Sustainable Marina for being at National Night Out last night to start to get the word out about Earth Day, April 15th, 2023. Okay, so that's it for special announcements. And now we're going to move into our consent agenda. Does any member of the public have anything regarding the consent agenda? Comment, question, wish to pull it for deep discussion? Let's start with Mike Owen. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, a question, and then depending on the answer, I may pull it. So this is on 8G1.
Okay, architectural services contract.
Right. In the staff report, it mentions Gloria Jean Tate Park, Pump Track, and the Dune City Park 5 different times. But it seems like that's misleading because I think they're just talking about Gloria Jean Tate Park as far as the $650,000 in itemization of elements that they're going to look into and so forth. So that's my question. Does that item also include Dune City Park?
All right, Lane, can you jump in, or Brian?
Yes, it does include Dune City Park. Verde was the contractor that did kind of our overall concept plans, and this will get them in place as we really start to move forward with our final plans for Dune City Park as well as Gloria Jean Tate. Brian, do you have?
Then I need to.
One moment, Michael. Go ahead, Brian.
So yes, it does include Dune City Park. We have already issued a couple work orders on Dune City Park, and that is moving forward, looking at grading studies to develop a level of plans that we can bring back to the public to look at how grading would affect trees and the programming that was approved for the concept plans in that park. It's just that we had a proposal from them for.
We lost Brian on the proposal that we had from them. Do you know what he was going to say, Lane?
I don't, but I think it pretty much answered. Oh, there he's back.
Yeah, the wonders of when you get caught and you're speaking. The proposal on hand, we know it could put us over the limit for the on-call contract.
Sorry,
that
Brian.
we're bringing.
You're unintelligible, Brian. Bad connection. Want to try one more time?
I can try. Hope you're intelligent. So the proposal we have in hand for Gloria Jean Park at the time is over the annual limit for contract, and that is why this item is on the agenda. We've asked council to treat it slightly more than the order amount as we again
Brian,
further work
I'm sorry,
in
Brian, to
city.
interrupt you. Brian, yeah, we can't hear you. It kind of sounds like you're underwater a little bit. Lane, could you interpret anything that he was mentioning?
Not those specific details, but I think overall, Mike's question, the contract does include getting into the details and furthering those concept plans for both the Dune City Park and Gloria Jean Tate.
Then I think I really need to pull it. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll pull 8G1 from the agenda. And does any other member of the public wish to comment briefly or pull anything from our consent agenda? All right, let's ask council the same questions. Do you want to feedback on any item or pull any item for deep discussion? We get a motion on the consent agenda minus 8G1.
I'll motion that we accept all items on the consent, that we approve all items on the consent agenda minus 8G1.
Second.
Anita, can we please have a roll call?
Councilmember Burnett,
Yes.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Berkeley,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biella,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. Okay, we'll move 8G1 to item 11D, and we'll get right to probably our largest discussion tonight regarding Marina Station and Third Millennium Partners development agreement with us, the city of Marina. Lane, do you want to lead us off?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just have I want to show up some brief slides to cover just some of the main issues that we've had questions about in the past. Over our previous two meetings, the council has taken a dive into this project, has gotten up to speed on a lot of the issues, and we asked a lot of questions, and hopefully we are able to address and answer your questions that we put in the packet. We talked a little bit more about the fiscal sustainability. Dustin Bogue is also here, and I think he would like to speak a little bit. He probably has a little final presentation to make. But so overall, we're going to go into the final details, take a deep dive into it, and we're requesting the council move forward with the approval of the project. One of the things I want to address in more detail, council had a question about Save Our Peninsula and Sierra Club, the settlement agreements with them. And let me pull up. So in 2018, I think 2019, when Third Millennium Partners was starting to engage with this project, one of the first steps they did was reached out to Sierra Club and Save Our Peninsula, reviewed the settlement agreements and got kind of up to speed where things were at. Richard Rosenthal with Save Our Peninsula, he had a lot of conversations with him, and part of it was to say, okay, this is what the agreement requires, and we kind of wanted to get up to speed on making sure that we were in compliance, and also that as this project moved forward, what needed to be done to ensure that it was in compliance with those agreements. And so the attorney from Marina Station had written a letter to Richard Rosenthal. We actually had gotten engaged with him again last night. He had just a couple other questions. But overall, this is what the staff, what kind of a status of where we are and things with those agreements. We're up to speed on everything. And so what we verified was that the city has met all the relevant greenhouse gas emission standards. And that was primarily through AMBAG and the studies that AMBAG has been doing. And that's how we're moving along there. There's a requirement that they submit and get approval of the reactive or organic gas emissions program. This is prior to filing of phase 1 final map. The developer is where they have to do that. There's also a requirement the submission of a reactive organic gas effectiveness report. Again, that is prior to the filing of phase 1 final map. The agreement will require the prohibition of wood burning stoves, that be in the CCNRs, and in addition to a restrictive covenant that's filed with the county recorder's office. And there's also a requirement that solar energy statement be included in CCNRs as a condition of project approval. And then the last major thing that was discussed was that the conservation easement area, the wetlands and the vernal ponds areas. And so there's 83 acres of this property that is outside the project area. It's outside the Marina Station project area. And that will be part of the conservation easement, and that conservation easement must be dedicated prior to phase 1 final map. And so the developer is aware of that, and they'll be working on that. Then also, in addition, there's 25 acres within the project site area. And those are properties that they're going to have to maintain and provide the appropriate mitigation for those sites. And so that kind of addressed all the issues with the settlement agreements that we have with Save Our Peninsula and Sierra Club. Council, do you have any questions about that? Because we hadn't really gone into detail on that.
Let's go to Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen.
Mr. Mayor, some of those, the air mitigation, for example, is that per state law that they have to do it? And secondly, can you, just for the 39 people here that you mentioned, CCNRs and some other nomenclature, can you just define what you were talking about in case they don't know what you're talking about? So my two questions were, number one, were some of those air district and greenhouse gases and the solar, are those per state law, or is these outside of the necessary, outside of what the state requires?
I think some of these are outside. I'm not positive, but they were part of the settlement agreement. I think if they were covered under state law completely, they wouldn't have been the settlement agreement. So my assumption is that some of these were additional standards and requirements that were part of the lawsuit and was settled with everyone. And then
I asked that just because I thought that solar were any new construction in California required some sort of solar connections or abilities.
That is correct. And they just, in addition to that, they wanted the energy statement to be included in the CCNRs. So these are just, again, some of the additional things that they wanted. And like state law doesn't require the CCNRs be recorded. And CCNRs is covenant conditions and restrictions, or some, Heidi, exactly what is CCNRs?
You did well, city manager. That's exactly right. And they're usually recorded on the property.
Thank you. I was just bringing it to our attention. We have 40 people here. Many people are new to our meetings and may not know the language that we speak. That's all I have.
Thank you, Christina. Lane, I have questions, but not about the settlement agreement, so please proceed.
Okay, so I'm going to show up screen share again. And we're going to dive into the Fortag Trail next. If I can find the right document for Fortag Trail. Oops.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Kathy.
are you going to be leaving the settlement agreement issue then, Lane, when you talk about FORA?
Fortag, yes, I'll be leaving that.
Well, Exhibit G, it has a summary of the Marina Station settlement agreements and also the one for our Save Our Peninsula. But you just showed a slide that has some different organization and information. So could you please provide that again to the council people? Your slides that you're showing right now, because it's a little different than what is in Exhibit G. You just showed us a slide on Save Our Peninsula.
Yeah, those are just some of the, that was part of a discussions that we had back in 2018, 2019. So those are just kind of some bullet points I put out with that we had in the discussion.
Oh, okay. I still would like to have those, if you will.
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, let me share this one. Okay, so this is our, this is a map of Fortag. And actually, if I make it bigger here. And so this is the complete Fortag loop, and it starts down in Delray Oaks in the yellow, and you can see that comes up in the backside of Seaside where it's green. It loops through CSUMB, that's the orange here, and it has the red. That's CSUMB on the border. Marina comes to our Hilltop Park and Equestrian Center. And then it turns to purple and it goes through at the backside of county property.
Excuse me, Lane, can you enlarge that?
I was trying to, and
super tiny.
Yeah, that is as large as I can figure out how to.
Okay, please proceed then.
Oh, there we go. How's that?
Getting better, still small.
Oh. So this is the, so the purple comes through the backside where the Marina Airport is, down by the Salinas River. And then where it turns blue, this is where Fortag gets kind of different. And so this part that blew up through here, that is through agriculture property. And realistically, it's never going to connect through there. Now the Marina Station, I'm going to show you a map a little later on. This is where Marina Station is. And so we've kind of worked out an alternate Fortag trail through Marina Station. We're going to show you that. But for right now, you can see the purple comes up through the airport. And then it kind of, the blue goes along here. This is under a runway protection zone. We aren't sure that the FAA would ever approve the Fortag trail going through there. And then it kind of picks up here. And this is like where Windy Hill Park is. This is Preston Avenue, Windy Hill Park, and along Beach Street. And then it will connect to the scenic trail there. And so So the Fortag Trail kind of has some problems through this area. We have a bunch of different alternate routes. And the one default is it just picks up on our existing city streets. Now we worked with the developer and we came up with an alternate Fortag trail. And let me pull that one up here.
And while you're pulling it up, was Fred Watson or any of the Fortag team involved with this?
They were actively involved with this. And
Terrific.
we had a lot of meetings with them, and we all kind of settled on what we thought is a really alignment that works for everyone. So let me,
Great. Thank you.
I have so many windows here. It's freezing up on me. And try it one more time. That doesn't work. Okay, here's the one I want. Large here. There we go. I apologize. It took a while to get to this point. So this is the Marina Station development. And on the bottom end here, this is where Crescent Avenue comes in. This is where we put together an alternate Fortag trail. And so it comes up through the outside of Marina Station, and this is agriculture property on this side, and it goes up through here, up to the top of the development, and then follows all along, and then it hits Demani Boulevard here, and right across it, it picks up again this scenic trail. And so what the developer has worked with us and the Fortag people is putting this Fortag alternate trailer on the outside of the development. And what is important about this is it gives a continuous Fortag trail loop around the development. The Fortag trail is 12 feet wide. On the outside, there's a 2-foot buffer. On the inside, I think there's a 4-foot buffer. And so it's a really nice trail system. It doesn't get intersected by any of the other roads. And so that is something the developer has worked with us and has agreed to incorporate in the development. The development also has on the bottom, you see this, where my mouse is really going slow. There's this brown line where it follows along Beach Road here. You can see this brown line goes up through here, and then it kind of crosses Del Monte, goes through their phase 8, and then it connects to Cardoza Avenue. And so that's another trail that the developer is building through the development. And that trail is 10 feet wide. And unlike Fortag, it has a couple places where it crosses roads, so it won't be completely continuous. But for the most part, it's a really good trail. And so this trail, it really kind of connects into our Windy Hill Park. And as it goes around the development, connects to Cardoza, and you just go down to Cardoza and you connect to the Gloria Jean Tate Park. And so we're starting to build and incorporate a really nice trail system that connects to some of our parks, but also the development has trails system really surrounding the whole outside of the development. And then they're going to have internal sidewalks and paths through the development. And so it's a really nice continuation of the Fortag Trail. And so I'm going to quit right here and see if you have any questions on that. And I'm going to leave this map here.
I don't see any questions from Council Lane, but I did want to confirm for our city attorney that we closed the public hearing on this matter. I've been advised by our city clerk last time we met. So Heidi, do we not go to public comment tonight?
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt you, or just Council Member Burnett has his hand raising.
Let's go to Heidi first and then we'll go to David.
That's correct, Mayor. At the last meeting, the council did close the public hearing, so public comment would not be required.
So at this point, we're having discussion after the public has commented.
Correct.
And if we wanted to go to public discussion, we're not prohibited from doing so.
Correct, Mayor. You're not prohibited. That would be the discretion of the mayor and the council.
Okay. Let's go to Councilmember David Burnett, and then we'll go to Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a little off topic, but I'm just wondering if the city manager could consider a update at a future council meeting, an update on the FORTAG, just a public update so people have this information and a opportunity to make more comments on it.
Yes, we'd be happy to do that. We could definitely do that.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, David. Let's go to Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to just put it out there. I would like to hear public comment on this matter. It's in my district. I was just interviewed in the news today, and it's been in the news. So we probably have 37 attendees today because perhaps some haven't are just learning about the project and what we're here to do. So I would ask that public comment be allowed.
Thank you, Christina. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to clarify on this map that you've been showing here, Lane. So this creative addition here of an accommodations for FORTAG, this came in discussion since our last meeting then, and the developers?
No, we've actually had these discussions probably a year and a half, 2 years ago.
Oh, okay. With
This map.
With 3M, or I'm
Right.
sorry. Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, I think this is great. This is obviously something that wasn't envisioned in 2008 or whenever we had the settlement agreement. So this is an example of the kind of innovations and improvements that the developer has voluntarily engaged in with us. So I think this is wonderful. It's a win-win, really. The folks in Marina Station, residents in the future, benefit from this. Certainly the FORTAG initiative gets enhanced because of all this addition. So this is great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kathy. Lane, did you have more input now? You want to go next item?
Yes, the next one is our trails, or sorry, our parks. So get the right map here. Okay, so this, we're going to try to clarify what has happened with the parks. There's been a lot of questions about the parks, and so these are part of the packet, but I just want to walk through from left to right the different parks.
Can you blow that up? Excuse me for interrupting. It's hard to see.
Sorry.
A little bit more if possible.
Does that help?
Say go a little bit more, and then you'll have to move it around when you talk about stuff. That's
Okay.
pretty good. Yeah, that's real good. Can you move it around if need be with the hand?
I think so.
Okay, looks good.
So Park 1 is where the roughly 25 acres for their wetlands and vernal ponds mitigation is going to be. So originally that was Park 1, and that park originally was going to have a soccer field, tot lot structure, picnic tables, restroom, trash, drinking fountains, your typical amenities in a park. And because that is now all going to be wetlands and vernal pond protected, and that was all part of the settlement agreements. So that was taken out, and those are now, the developer had a certain amount of park space and amenities that they had to provide per the specific plan that they had approved. And so this is to mitigate for Park 1. That's why their impact fees increased from like 2.6 million up to the 6.3 million. And so they're paying additional park impact fees to both mitigate for the lost open space in Park 1 and also for the lost amenities in Park 1. And that is really the largest park loss. And again, that was strictly due to the settlement agreement. Now, Park 2, there was going to be a baseball field in Park 2. And because of the uses of Park 2, that baseball field is no longer going to be there. And I think in that circle area, I think there are some endangered or protected species in that area also. And so they had complications and the baseball field couldn't go in there. But everything else remains in Park 2. So they have a basketball court, a standard sized play structure, picnic tables, trash cans, a restroom is going to be in Park 2, and that's important for the whole neighborhood around there. So the neighborhood on that phase 8 and 7, that whole end, Park 2 is the major park, and all the amenities, the open space is going to be there. The only thing that is not in Park 2 is the baseball field. And that baseball field, again, they're mitigating for that, for losing that baseball field by increasing their park impact fees. Now I will slide over to Park 3 and Park 4. And just for, you can see on this side, this is Del Monte. And so, so the Park 3, it's just a really small little park, and all that's going in Park 3 is a park bench and trash cans and other small little things like that. So that's not a big park. Park 4 is going to be, it's going to be a standard size play structure, park bench, trash cans, drinking fountain.
Lane, do you have the approximate size of these parks, just for point of reference?
I don't. Like, these are really small. Dustin Bogue may be able to give us a better sense of the size, but when we look over here, look at Park 1, that's 25 acres. I know that that's 25 acres. So in proportion, Park 2 might be 10 to 12 acres. So 3 and 4 are pretty small.
Okay, thank you.
Then the next park is Park 5. And this is the property that they are donating to the school district. And so it's adjacent to Olson School. The original plan was for a soccer field there, baseball field, tot lot play structure, a seasonal restroom, and your other typical amenities. Now that is something that the developer is going to coordinate with the school district. I think when the superintendent, Mr. PK Diffenbaugh talked, he talked about the district is trying to look at potential housing for teachers, and they may or may not want to even see if that's possible to use it housing. But that was initially what is programmed to go in there, but the agreement is with the school district, and so the developer will kind of do whatever the school district wants. They still want the ball fields to go in there, soccer field, baseball field, and the other play structures. The developer will do that, but that will be an agreement between the developer and the school district, and that property gets deeded over to the school district. Park 6 is a small little park. But this park have a park bench, barbecue grills, trash cans, drinking fountain. This park also is scheduled for a restroom. And so those are kind of critical things because you're starting to see we are going to have different restrooms scheduled around the whole development that are be easy with an easy walking distance. Then Park 7 gets to be a little bit larger park. It's really kind of connected to there. And you see that Park 7, it's behind, like you see Windy Hill Park is right here. And if you're familiar with the area, there's a Marina Coast Water District tank right there. And so this structure gets behind here. We'll really probably want to look at, as they design it, really kind of coordinate it with our Windy Hill Park and some of the improvements that we're doing with Windy Hill Park. But it is slated for top lot structure, park bench, drinking fountains, and things like that in the restroom on this side. And that park will primarily, again, service this end of the population. And you see our Windy Hill Park is here. I did another map, but I don't think I'll show it. But like when we look at our parks in relationship to our neighborhoods, we try to keep them within a half mile. And so a quarter mile of Windy Hill is like up in this area. And then a half mile of Windy Hill gets way up to here. And so the whole development has really good coverage. Every home is going to be within a quarter mile of a good major park and within a half mile of several parks. Then the next park goes up here to the top of the development. This is there we go, park number 8. And park 8 is going to have a soccer field. It will have a basketball court. It'll have a play structure there. It'll have a restroom. And then your other typical amenities, park tables, benches, barbecue grills, things like that. So this is going to be a major park, again, with the soccer fields and basketball courts, and that will not only service this, but it's within really half a mile of most of the development. So the development between the ball fields here, you're going to have ball fields potentially down at the school district on park number 5. Then you're going to have a basketball court over at number 2, and those are all. Oh, that's number 8. Number 9 is the next park. That's going to be a large play structure there, park bench, park tables, drinking fountains, and your other small amenities like that. And then they called Park 10, which really was where the light rail station or their quote depot station is going to be, but it really was never really a park. It just had trash cans and drinking fountain and some benches there. And that is all eliminated because we aren't sure what we're going to be doing with the light rail station, but that will all get designed and developed once we get to that phase. So that kind of gives an overview and some of those details of the park. And so any questions with the parks?
Lane, I have some questions. So to confirm, one of the most important things for public is restrooms. And is it true that parks 1, 2, 6, and 8 will have restrooms?
Park 2 will have a restroom here. Park 8 will have a restroom, correct. Park 7, 6 or 7 will have a restroom.
And park number 1?
Park number 1 is being eliminated. Park 1 is where the wetlands and vernal ponds are going to be. So every amenity is eliminated from park 1.
Okay, the reason I ask is because Exhibit A1 and Exhibit A2 are dated 7/25/22, and they have information related to Park 1. So Exhibit F, for example, should we consider it kind of misleading that there is no Park 1 as is shown on Exhibit F?
Correct. We'd have, yeah. That is incorrect. If that shows that there's a
So Exhibit F in our staff report is printed out as Exhibit A1, I guess in the staff paperwork, but the staff report, Exhibit F, is also named Exhibit A1 in the corner, lower right-hand corner, and it's dated 7/25/22. So I would have expected it to be fairly updated, but where I see Park 1, just treat that as open space, but no structures.
That's correct. Yes.
So then Exhibit F, there's two Exhibit Fs. I guess that's part of the confusion. In our staff report, there's two Exhibit Fs. One of them seems to be current, the one you're looking at right now. So that Exhibit A2 in the bottom right corner you're showing right now is Exhibit F in our staff report, and it looks like it's correct. And then there's another Exhibit F in our staff report that is Exhibit A1 in the lower right. And that is, let's go to A1.
Yeah.
A little bit further, right there. So that shows Park 1, but that is no longer going to be a park, correct?
Correct. Yes, that is no longer going to be a park.
Okay.
So I think what that was kind of listed, that is saying that was the original map and we probably should have put that in bigger thing. So that was the original things. This is what has been eliminated. Now, even this is incorrect because on park number 2, it shows that there is a baseball field, and the baseball field is not in park number 2.
Okay, so we have, even though they're dated 7/25/22, they're really not up to date. So in Park 2, is it true that there's no restroom as it shows in the exhibit you have on the screen now? And if you could blow that up, I know it's hard for people watching the computer to see.
Yeah, Park 2 will have a restroom. So this legend is correct in everything except that Park 2 does not have a baseball field.
Okay, so it has a basketball court it has a basketball court. It has a little play structure, but it doesn't have a big play structure. Is that what the double castle looks like?
Yeah, so the double castle is a large play structure, and the check mark for this one is a standard size play structure, and then the little teeter-totter is a tot lot.
Okay, so we have a tot lot, and then what's the middle one?
Middle one is a standard play structure. And then
Double castle emblem?
Double castle is a large, kind of like what's going in at Sea Haven.
All right. So we have a total of 1 baseball field remaining in the Marina Station, correct? We had 2. We lost 1 out of park number 1. Oops, sorry. We lost the baseball field out of park number 2. And so we're left with the baseball field in park number 5 as the only baseball field, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so how do we know if 1 baseball field in that southwest corner satisfies the needs for a baseball field for that community called Marina Station? And the second question is, how do we know that there's enough baseball fields for the city since we lost the one that was planned for Park 2?
Those are just questions the council is going to have to address in our overall playground system. So all of our parks are not going to have ball fields right now. The council had approved conceptual plans for baseball fields at the Dune City Park. But we have baseball fields at Preston Park. I think that is just a future discussion that we're going to need to have with the council on ball fields and where do we want to locate them and how do we pay for them.
So backing up a step, the 2 baseball fields are an example of something that was planned here. And my question is, were those 2 baseball fields decided during the master planning that had public engagement a few years ago that we refer to frequently?
Yes, those are part of this specific plan that
Okay.
that was approved.
Okay, so we approved a specific plan that had X number of baseball fields and tennis courts and soccer fields, et cetera. And it relied on this to satisfy some of those expectations. Now we're taking a couple of items away. How do we as a council know that, and what's the process going to be? Look at that whole picture again, because we've been told several times that you can't move one piece without affecting the whole picture that's remaining. So what's the process for deliberating whether or not the loss of parks here needs to change everything else?
So we can set up a study meeting with the council to specifically talk that issue on our ball fields. Where do we want to locate them? That kind of will dovetail into the Dune City Park, because you're going to be addressing that issue as we move forward with that park design. But it probably would be appropriate just to have a special study meeting and talk our parks and our ball fields and our amenities.
Okay, so here's why I'm asking, because this may be the best chance before the developers of Marina Station get too much further into park design, that maybe it goes into Park 8. What comes out of Park 2, maybe it goes into Park 8 or some other park. And maybe when we do the overview that you're talking about, 10 seconds ago, maybe we find out that Marina Station was the best place to move something. But are we going to be able to move anything around Marina Station after tonight?
That's a good question. I think the developer, they're trying to at least tie down some of these key amenities tonight. I think that they would be amenable for future discussions, like on Park 8, where we have a soccer field and a basketball court. They may be willing to say, okay, can we squeeze in a soccer field and a baseball field? But overall, I think they're looking to tie in. These are our primary uses. This is where they're going. But Dustin's on, if you want to ask him that question.
So Dustin, let me frame the question that we won't have any baseball fields in Northern Marina left if we take the baseball field here. So back to Lane's question, if we do a revision, because we have to, because we've lost a couple amenities here that were part of our grand vision, what flexibility does Marina Station have to be part of that revision?
Well, I think at the end of the day, 2 points there. One, I think it's a great question. Thanks for letting me answer. It's a calculation. And so in addition to the parks that you see on the maps that Lane provided, where Idri and staff actually did the calculation and determined, as a result of the change of the settlement agreements, this is a long answer, I'm sorry, there was an additional $6.3 million of park fees that were due. And so we are paying an additional $6.3 million in addition to all of those parks as a complete mitigation, in addition to the 108 acres of permanent open space. And then secondly, I think there is a baseball diamond. I think it's in Park 5. And so it is there. I will tell you, the baseball diamond at Lincoln Park in East Garrison gets used quite a good bit. It's a great baseball diamond. It isn't, at least in my experience, it hasn't been scheduled to the point where it is unusable for folks. It's pretty active, but it's not super jammed, at least in my experience. So being roughly the same number of houses, plus or minus, I think it's not an inappropriate number in addition to $6.3 million.
All right, Dustin, thank you. So Lane, a follow-up question. If we have a baseball field at park number 5 at Marina Station, and we have a baseball field that's not ours, but it functions very well, Los Arbalos Middle School, and we have a baseball field at Preston Park, 2 of them, and maybe we're going to have one, maybe we're not going to have one at the the Dune City Park next to the sports center. Those that I just mentioned seem to represent North, Central, and South Marina. Will it be this public process revisioning that will determine if we have enough baseball fields and what to do about it if we don't? But that Marina Station sounds like it might be off the table to incorporate a baseball field if we find out that we need one there.
Yes, that would be correct at this point, unless we wanted to take the soccer field and say try to convert that into a baseball field. But other than that, yeah, they losing the baseball field in Park 2. They don't really have on site other places to replace that baseball field unless they eliminate homes.
Okay, so I wish Terry Segrist was here to join us. But Dustin Lane, you know why we have at Marina Station planned two soccer stations and one baseball? Is there logic to that? I think it might be a great idea, but I don't know. I'm not the expert.
Lane, I'm happy to answer that if you'd like.
Sure.
Go ahead, Dustin.
Yeah, I mean, I'm careful about infringing on time here, so bear with me. But really, it was related to the park itself that was changed in Park 1 and the other area. And just as a quick clarification, there's no species there; it's just wetland. But going back to your original question, I think if there's room and the calculation is adjusted to accommodate 2 baseball stadiums versus a soccer field, I think we're amenable to that. At the end of the day, this conversation is really about extending the development agreement and assigning it to make us the developer. There's no additional entitlement, so you're not adding any additional lock-in key to the project that doesn't exist yesterday.
Thank you, Dustin. We really appreciate your input. Okay, Lane. So how do we answer the question so the council can be comfortable approving tonight's request of the development agreement? How do we answer the question as a council that the $6.3 to $7 million cash, basically, and the remaining open space and amenities that you've summarized is a good enough change or an improvement over the previous design to say, yeah, okay, we've looked at the changes, we understand the changes, and thumbs up, let's extend this to 10 years because this is what we want.
That's a good question. It's a difficult question. The changes that we're having to make to the parks really tie back into because the original plan was made and then the lawsuits were filed, and so following that, Park 1 was eliminated because of the lawsuits, and then Park 2, as they really started designing, and I guess I was incorrect. I knew there's some sensitive species or habitat or something in there in Park 2, and it was just it was not feasible to do it, and so it wasn't that the developers trying to move or change it. Those were because of the lawsuit it brought about, just needed to changes, and so what we tried to work with the developer is within the constraints that we have of the specific plan. What are the best options that we had to try to mitigate for losing that space in Park number 1 and losing that ball field? And the best that we could come up with was adding the additional funds to the impact fee, because I don't think the developer would want to, and I'm not sure if it pencil out to take away building space, building lots to make up for that park space they lost, the ball field in Park 2 or number 1.
And I haven't heard anyone suggest taking away building space. But just to go back a step, where part of this confusion and frustration on Dustin's part and our part too, is that the court system, the court settlement didn't involve city council, but it changed this project. And now 15 years later, the council is seeing the changes, but it sounds like there are some things that have happened through staff consultation with developers, such as ball field will stay a soccer field here and not over here, or a baseball field will not be reinserted after it's taken. There are some design changes that the developer and the staff have talked about since the courts required some changes happen, but the courts didn't say, don't put a baseball field somewhere else. So this is the first time council has had a look at how many baseball fields versus how many soccer fields. Normally that would go through city council before we approve all of the development agreements. So this is their first time to hear about some of these changes. And so maybe through Heidi and you, Lane, what ability do we have to discuss with the developer baseball field versus soccer field, that kind of thing? Because there are some changes made outside of the city council process that we're seeing for the first time in this last month of having these meetings.
That's a good question. I think it's probably a three-way thing. And Heidi, please jump in. But if there's an interest in baseball fields, as Dustin said, I think we could look at exploring at park number 8 and see if a baseball field is needed. But I think the discussion really gets to larger discussion that we probably want to, as we get our parks and our recreation cultural services commission up and going. I think we really want to tackle that question and say, okay, what are our needs for our community? Is it more baseball fields? Is it more soccer fields? And I'm not sure of the answer for that. I know nationwide studies are soccer is growing dramatically larger than baseball, and you're seeing that cities are adding a lot more soccer fields than baseball fields. But it's not saying that is the need of our community, but we could go through a process and try to identify that. Like right now, as we approve or will hopefully approve the contract with Gloria Jean Hay Park, that had a ball field there. As we were looking at that redesign, we shifted that ball field out, moved the BMX bike track down there. But as that goes along, we could possibly look at that and say, if we want a ball field, is that feasible to look at it down there?
So the ball field, the soccer, baseball are just one example. Another example could be restrooms. Where do they go and how many? The design that we have today, since it's been changed, since the last time council had this, I hate to go forward with this project and then find out when we have the meetings you're talking about that it's not the best alignment, it's not the best lineup. Heidi, do you have input?
Well, I mean, tonight before the council is really this assignment of the contract and an amendment which would extend the ability to develop the property another, a specific period of time. So it's really not, what's before you is to decide how the parks are going to be laid out. I think the developer had some comments about how, a lot of the information presented was by way of background. What was originally approved could not be followed through due to the litigation and the loss of that Park 1. So it does seem like this could be part of a larger city survey of, are your parks sufficient to meet the needs of the community?
Thank you, Heidi. So the disconnect is, if the courts required changes to the plan, it seems like 15 years later or 12 years later since the court, we're being told accurately that we can't redesign the plan. But it was redesigned by a court, but the court didn't dictate soccer versus baseball, bathroom here and no bathroom over there. that came out of discussions with staff and developer that we're finding out July 2022, maybe June 2022, July, now August. So do you see, Lane, why I sense a disconnect? Because we're moving ahead, but the council never got a chance to get into the awareness of change.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. That's why I put up these maps, because we've had this information in previous materials, but it was not, obviously was not clear and flagged out. And that's why I really pulled out these parks and walked you through that, because
And I really appreciate you did, because this is the kind of information council, I think, wants to know. Dustin, go ahead. You've been patient with your hand up.
I'm really sorry. I'm just putting my hand up to make sure I'm available to answer. I think I would argue, and this is meant to be a very respectful comment, so please take it thus. I think we're looking at it a little bit backwards. If we look at it from the context of this is an assignment to bring the developer into the project, so you could then advance the project and all of the parks in various function, then you have the ability to make tweaks. Now, we can't change the project at large because that is an adopted plan. If there are preferences or requirements that the city has associated with the needs and future build out of the city related to a baseball field or a bathroom, for example, we can absolutely make those changes. I mean, to a certain point, because we can't do it after we start a building, right? But we can make those changes, and it's simply an equation that 6.3 million adjusts. If we use all of those things and establish them in the project, we can certainly do that. I guess the reason I say backwards is because if we don't approve the DA, you don't have a developer to make those changes that are seemingly valuable to the city, if that helps.
It does help. And Dustin, I thought if we approve the 10-year extension, then tomorrow you can start to implement the steps you need to implement to make this plan a reality without coming back to us for any discussion on details.
Mr. Mayor, I respectfully, I think that is, again, my first council meeting, when I said that's a policy decision, I didn't mean it to be a snarky comment. I meant it to be factual. That's a policy decision. You guys set that decision. If you want those parks to come back for you, if you guys want to set up a programmatic session to understand what's in each park, I'm sure Lane would be happy to do that as a staff, or we can contribute. But I think the tension in that discussion is that we are going to begin advancing the ball immediately. Now, that doesn't mean I get to flip the switch and turn dirt. I mean, there's a multitude of mitigation and monitoring. You saw some additional conditions related to the settlements. There's a bunch of engineering. There's I wish it wasn't so, but there's also a whole schedule of conditions of approval that have to be met well before I start. Now, optimally, that happens in some reasonable time period, and I would like to try to get the parks in those first phases that we start with nailed down quicker than others. But it doesn't mean that by signing us the development agreement and extending the development agreement, you chiseled David for Michelangelo, and if his hands are out of proportion, then you're done.
Okay, so Lane, help everybody understand what the process might be if tonight we just say thumbs up, and then tomorrow we start thinking about how can we make sure this is what the community wants within the sideboards that Dustin's willing to modify.
I think one of our next steps, and it's going to be on the agenda for the August 16th council meeting, is to get some of our boards and commissions back up and going. One of those would be the Recreation and Cultural Services. I think we would want to get that commission staffed up again and get them engaged. Part of that would be outreaching to our soccer leagues, our pony leagues, and all those people, and start to get the people that use it, get their input, and then I could see us moving into a a study meeting with the council and the community and really trying to understand. And as Heidi said, we may want to put some surveys out. And then we just continue to stay involved with Destin. And if there's some community needs that we don't have or they're not being met, then we can reach out to Dustin and say, okay, are there some modifications that we can do in that design that will address those needs? But I think we can do a process to do that.
Okay, we'll go to Councilmember Berkeley in just one moment. Dustin, how much time realistically before you're going to start spending money on park design and you're not going to want to go backward?
That's a great question. Let me make sure I'm not muted. Well, look, I think there's a phased development here, and there's 8 phases. The parks that you're talking about are in, 3, 4, 5 through 8. And so I think, as long as we can have some relief on the park's master plan related to those future parks, with the acknowledgement that there are these components in them, not trying to get out of anything. We just wouldn't design them until we lock them down. Now, there are some park and green area in the first handful of phases, first 2 phases in the industrial area that we would want to go on immediately. But I don't think those are places that you're speaking of anyways.
Well, we don't really know because we don't really know where we really need the bathrooms now that things have changed a little bit, where we really need, so we don't know everything. So which parks are the ones that you'll start immediately spending money on design?
Yeah, let me pull up a phase map. Let me see if I can share a map with you here. I have so many maps. So can I share my screen? And
yes, you're a panelist, so please feel free.
So for example, this map shows, let me get this bar out of the way here. It shows phase 1, 2, and 3 down here and 4 are really kind of the first places to start, right?
So 1 and 2.
Starting 1 and 2.
So 1 and 2 has parks 5, 6, and 7.
Correct. That's correct.
And it has some ball fields and only 1 restroom between those 3. So for example, if we wanted 2 restrooms out of those 3, we really probably don't have time if you're going to start paying for design immediately.
Well, I think, again, if you're talking about minor changes and there's a debit credit scenario, I don't think that's likely going to slow us down. I think if you're talking about a wholesale change to let's say Park 8 or Park 9, that's going to take a while. Park 5 belongs to Olson Elementary School. So that is largely a discussion, with the school, right? We're going to do what the school would like us to do. So I don't think that addresses, an issue for you guys, unless you need public bathrooms on a school site. Park
Right. Well,
7,
probably Justin, that ball field in Park 5, those 2 ball fields would be used by community also, and maybe we'd want restrooms there. But right now, Park 5 doesn't have a restroom. But if people are going to go play on weekends or after school on weekdays, and the school is closed, we might want a restroom, but we might not.
Yeah. So I would argue at that point, that's something you direct staff to tell us we need a bathroom. I don't think that's maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know that a single public restroom that you're adding is a large controversial issue. It's a cost, and so it'll debit from the 6.3 million in fees. But I'm sure we can make that happen, and we can make that decision right now.
Okay, yeah, I think we don't know enough to make it on the fly, but that I'm just bringing up ideas because I'm a little confused, but I'm getting clearer, and I appreciate that. I'm going to stop here and turn it over to Councilmember Berkeley. Thank you very much, Dustin.
Thank you. I think that we're going down a lot of relevant rabbit holes, but I think that this is not specifically what the request for this evening is. So I'm going to make a motion and then accept, of course, amendments for it. So I'm going to request that we approve resolution 2022 to be decided, approving the assignment of the development agreement related to the Marina Station project to Third Millennium Partners, and 2, read by title only and waive further reading and approve the first reading of ordinance 2022 approving the First Amendment to the development agreement related to the Marina Station project, and 3, that we come back and have a public information session to further discuss the parks.
I will second that.
And we'll go to Christina Medina Dirksen, Councilor Medina Dirksen next.
I will second that motion with some amendments that we run this through the Parks and Rec Commission. That have their
Is that what you intended, Lisa?
Actually, I meant a general public information. Maybe it's a information session with council and Parks and Rec. I don't want to drag this out too long because Dustin has just made it very clear that they're going to jump on it. And so I would like, and maybe Lane can tell us timeline, what's doable. Does that address your concern, Christina?
Well, that was part of my question for my hands up, but I wanted to ensure that the Rec Commission had buy-in on this.
From a timeline point of view, we will be bringing the Recreation and Cultural Services Commission back to the council at our next meeting on August 16th to see if the council will re-engage that. So that could easily be part of the process.
I think Lane, Christina, and Lisa, and the rest of us might appreciate a joint meeting. So we skip a step by having council and maybe planning and recreation, whatever's needed to get everybody's input and streamline it.
Okay.
Have we ever done a meeting with 3 bodies?
No, but we could certainly do it.
Especially with
Yes,
Zoom.
we have.
Anita. So
Zoom makes it maybe easier than our small council chambers would. All right. Are you finished, Lisa? Did you have more input?
that was no. So that's the motion.
Let's go to Christina Medina Dirksen, council member.
This is not a question on the motion. This was some questions overall.
Yeah.
We don't.
Okay.
Do we need to vote on the motion?
No, well, we're in discussion.
Public comment. Hold on a second, just one second.
Well, we've had a motion on the floor, and now we can make brief comments or questions before we go to a vote or public comment. Sounds like we might go to public comment. Go ahead, Christina.
Probably public comment. That was my question at some point. I thank you, council member. Hold on a second.
That's what happens when you have 2 dogs and triplets and a noisy husband.
I know if it's not the kids, it's the dogs. Just one second. Well, welcome to my world. I guess I'm going to make a couple, like a quick comment and some questions. This is a very good project, and I appreciate Mr. Bogue's patience with us and understanding. Some questions I had, but I don't want to get too far into the weeds, was, Exhibit G, I believe, talked about park maintenance, but I think maybe that is for a discussion when we get to those park issues. Because this is a discussion about having a project, getting this project extended so that we can flush out all the issues. My comment was about, first of all, you were behind Lincoln Park. Is that correct, Mr. Bogue?
Yes.
Yes. So your background is that you had what development in the area?
Yeah, so our background is we've done hundreds of parks across the United States. So we've done probably virtually every type of park you can imagine.
And you did the East Garrison. What's your connection to East Garrison?
I was the CEO of the company that purchased the asset back in 2009 and developed it until 2017.
Okay, so you were behind, you helped develop East Garrison, is that correct?
Yes.
2 questions here. One was just so that I understand the decision we're here to make is to extend your agreement, which I'm completely behind. We need you on board. You're a partner, and I feel that you're going to be good to your word. Because do you live in Marina?
Mm-hmm.
So you're a resident of our community.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a big plus for us because we know where to find you. When we talk about the footprints for the parks, we've got $6.3 million to sort of mitigate. Does that to say that we can change a footprint? Perhaps in that footprint we could add things like pickleball courts or things like, is it still time to negotiate what our residents might want, pickleball or disc golf or whatever it might very well be?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
I mean, there are constraints associated when you say footprint. There's a geographic boundary of each park. So within that geographic boundary, there's certainly, and minor tweaks here and there outside the boundary. There is, yes.
Okay. I want to appreciate that there's open communication with us. The other thing is park maintenance. Is that going to be like a shared agreement between the city and the developer?
Yeah, part of the park maintenance will be, handled through either the HOA or the CFD.
So
meaning the cost of the maintenance.
So that being said, will they be open to all residents of Marina, and will be things like bathroom access and using the fields? Again, children who I'll full disclosure, my kids play softball, my kids play soccer. Would you be amenable to, or is that up to the HOA to decide, using it for public purposes, such as private leagues using it for practice or games?
Well, it's a complicated answer. The short answer is yes, I'm open to that. Okay. The long answer is it is a complicated answer. It's something we did experience at Lincoln Park, and we'll just have to walk through it park by park.
So do I have your assurances that you will be as supportive as possible of our leagues to
100%.
ensure open access to all, including bathrooms?
Yes.
Say it a little louder.
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have to say. And I just want to bring back the conversation to the reason that we're here, the 36 people that are here for us. We had an agreement in place that is needing an extension. And what does the extension mean for you, Mr. Bogue, and Third Millennium Partners?
Well, it's really, there's two parts. There's an assignment and an extension. The assignment is making Third Millennium Partners the developer, which is a defined term in the document. It has a series of responsibilities and obligations associated there too.
Who's in place right now?
Creekbridge.
So this goes back to 2008, correct?
Yep.
Now it is 2022, and we are allowing you to step in their shoes. Is that correct?
Effectively, yes. We assume the rights and obligations associated with the document. And then the second part is the extension, which is effectively time to implement the project. And I mean, candidly, this is a great example. Work through a Parks and Rec program to make sure that it's an intelligent project that is a long-term benefit for the community.
And at just for those who are joining us at full build out, how long do you think this is going to take? Because it's at least, did I see how many phases? Is it 6 phases? Is that correct? And how long at build out will it take?
It's 8 phases, and if I had my crystal ball, I could nail it to the day, but I'll tell you, it'll take 9 to 10 years. And so, like, if you look at East Garrison, it was a full 9 years, and there's still components that the existing developer is not done yet.
Thank you very much. And one of the things that struck me as interesting, and maybe you can recite this number, just even getting this project off the ground, you had over $1 million, am I correct? 125 million in infrastructure costs, just putting stuff down. What are your soft costs? I shouldn't say soft costs. What are your costs before we actually see a single building up in the air? And how much are you into this so far?
Well, I don't have the number how much we're in it so far, but we've spent millions, like 2 to 5 million, and I think, I don't know what the number is specifically for the first few phases, but I'm going to take a guess that because those are the most expensive phases in any master plan with offsite infrastructure requirements and backbone infrastructure, Like there's a large sewer component that we work with MCWD on. It's going to be in the neighborhood of 40-45 million bucks.
Okay, so
In addition to land and, you know,
so my 126 million is way off base.
it's pretty close.
No, it's pretty close that you
Yeah.
into it for the land and improvements before you even put a single house up.
Yeah, there's $150 million plus, excluding inflation, of total infrastructure required.
That is stuff in the ground.
Total
So
infrastructure.
So the
phase
reason
1
you
through
need
8.
this assignment and the reason you need this extension is so that you are the correct body who will build. And the extension gives you, right now it's to expire within 2 years. And so this extension gives you up to 10 more years to do what?
All of those things. Build phases 1 through 8, have a consistent investment in the project of, this is a somewhat made up, but it's an educational number, the educated number between 60 and 80 million as a consistent rolling number.
And what do you estimate your impact fees to our city to be when it's fully built out?
Yeah, so early on, we agreed to pay the number that was in excess of your existing city impact fees. So our total city impact fees are like 38.5 million bucks. And that of that, there's obviously the 6.3 million. In addition, there's an $11.5 million school fee and TAMC fees of around $15 million.
And what about the fire station? Tell us a little bit about some concerns. We have concerns about a fire station. You've allocated, I believe, $800,000 for a fire station. Is there more to come?
Well, part of the CFP is supposed to pay for, I think 50%, Lane, correct me if I'm wrong, of the operation. And then we've had discussions kind of on the down low about maybe finding a site for it if the city needed a site for it.
So that's to say you're willing to cite a new fire station in your development if necessary?
I think we're willing to discuss that. There isn't a current plan for it, so we'd have to work that out, but yes.
But yet that's already in the existing development agreement that they provide a location for a fire station if needed. I can tell you that in our fire study that we just completed last year, the ideal location for a station is not in the development. And the ideal location is more in the Vince DiMaggio Park area. Another point I wanted to make, so that they are not building the fire station. What is required is that they fund half of the annual operating cost of the fire station. As Justin said, that is built into their CFD fees that they'll be charging the residents. You'd also talk about park maintenance. Park maintenance is also built into that CFD fee, so they'll be maintaining 100% of the parks, including the restrooms. All those features are built into it.
Yeah, that's the fiscal neutrality we talked about.
Okay, so really quickly back to what you just said, Lane. Is that a one-time helping to maintain our fire department, or is that an ongoing yearly addition to the budget?
It's an annually they pay half the cost of that fire station, which is a huge commitment. As Dustin goes back, that goes back to the fiscal neutrality part of that study, because once these developments come in, we have to be sure that we provide police services, fire services, and that CFD is a huge part of not only maintaining the fiscal neutrality, but that development, as we talked in the staff report, it will generate, once it's built out, at $1.7 million of revenue to the general fund. And when it's halfway out, 500 homes, it's estimated they'll be at 600,000. So it'll be generating to the general fund. So unlike some of our other developments, like Sea Haven, we don't have that. And so the city's general fund will pay for all the street repairs, the street maintenance, the fire, the police services, all those things. So that this is a very different agreement in that aspect.
We've learned. And a CFD is a community facilities district, is that correct?
Correct.
And that is paid for by the residents, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Dustin. I appreciate your patience with us, and this has been a good learning experience for all of us. I look forward to working with you, especially since it's in my backyard. And I have confidence that you're going to be a good partner with us.
Well, I appreciate that very much. We don't take it lightly. Plus, if you guys see me at Cafe Mia or one of the other places, I don't want to be harassed. So you're right. You know where to find me.
Right, Lane, when you describe the difference between Sea Haven and Marina Station in as far as services funding source, is Marina Station similar to the arrangement that we have at the Dunes?
Yes, Dunes does have a CFD, Community Facilities District, and it pays for the streets, the sidewalks, the lighting, the landscaping. So that part is similar, but they don't cover fire or police services. So this agreement with Marina Station really is an agreement that is far more fiscally positive to the city of Marina than any of the Dunes or Sea Haven.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem, I should say, Kathy Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, a point of clarification about our process. This is the first time I'm speaking, and a motion was made before all of us got a chance to speak. And now you're saying following the motion, we ask brief questions and brief comments, and I'm just speaking for the first time. So I think that we are probably allowed at this point after the motion to ask questions and give our comments, correct? Because I haven't had a chance to speak yet.
So one thing that's correct is that right now, questions and comments are okay. The reason that we have a motion is because I can't stop anyone from making a motion at any time. Now, Heidi Quinn, our process, it's not really official, but it's our practice that after a motion is made, we are limited to brief questions and comments, and then we go to public comment. But tonight, we don't necessarily have public comment unless we want to. And then after public comment, our process is normally that we can talk forever, extended questions and extended comments. So I guess as our parliamentarian, what do we do now?
That is the council's normal practice, to have the presentation, ask questions, go out to public comment, have discussion. But again, you as mayor and the council, you can always choose an alternative structure. You don't have a formal policy that memorializes your approach.
Okay, so let's have the approach tonight be that from this moment forward, since we have a motion on the floor, council can ask the questions and have comments that they wish. And then we will go to public comment, even though we're not required. And then we'll come back for final thoughts and we'll vote. Does that sound okay to everybody? Thumbs up. David Burnett, Lisa. Is that okay?
You said more public comment, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. My concern is that the time, and we still have a number of agenda items, and it seems to me that we can have public comment on when we have a public information session.
Okay, let me modify. My proposal would be the same as I just said, except we'll have public comment 2 minutes per person.
Can we see a show of hands of how many people are here?
Well, we have 38 people here. We can ask them how many will speak, but it won't stop more than that from speaking once they hear other comments that motivate them to speak.
Sure.
So let's hear from Kathy and Christina about where we go forward from here as far as process tonight on this agenda item.
I agree that if we can all, now that the motion is made, still ask questions and make comments from this point, that is absolutely necessary without a restriction of saying it has to be brief comments or because I haven't had a chance to even make a comment.
You do have two more bites at the apple, Kathy, now and after public comment, if we have public comment. Are you okay going back to public comment for 2 minutes, Kathy?
For 2 minutes, yes.
2 minutes each. Christina?
Mr. Mayor,
I'm fine with 2 minutes. I think I've said what I've had to say. I don't I think I'll zip my lips. I don't think I have anything else to say. I just want to hear from the public and move forward with this matter.
Go ahead, Lisa. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, I wasn't meaning about council 2 minutes each. I was talking about going to the public and getting more public engagement when they can give their input. And Kathy, I apologize. I thought you had given comments earlier, so I'm sorry.
Yeah, and what we're talking about, Lisa, is giving having public comment tonight, 2 minutes per person, instead of our normal 4 minutes per person.
Okay.
All right, so go ahead with questions and comments, council, now. And when we're done with that, we'll go to public comment, 2 minutes per person. Then we'll come back for final thoughts or questions from council based on public comment or other ideas or thoughts you might have. And then we'll go to a vote. So if you can proceed, Kathy, thanks for being patient.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So first I want to say on Exhibit E, this was the memo from Lane Long dated July 26th, in which the memo is from the staff preparing the responses to our many, many questions from the dais. I thought it was an excellent document, and so I thank Lane and his staff for preparing this. It was very complete, and it was very succinct, and it was very clearly answered all the complex questions that we've asked, so thank you. And then I want to then say that Third Millennium, Dustin, you and your team have done a wonderful job of listening to our concerns and being very patient, I must admit. And your willingness to act on some of our concerns is very evident even in today's discussion. And I especially want to thank you for your accommodations on the vernal pond issues, taking out the rental control language in the settlement, and then also for today learning about your willingness to work with FORTAG. So, and so much more, because you have done so much on this settlement agreement, and it is really a reflection of how much you sincerely wish to be a partner with the city. And I thank you very, very sincerely. I want to just go back to the parks, and I think it is a good idea for us as a city to have some meetings and open discussion with the public on the parks. I'm trying to compare the original to the revised, and it looks like almost the same, with the exception, of course, that you had to eliminate by the settlement agreement the Park 1. So if I look at the amenities that were lost just because of Park 1, you had to take them out. We are looking at the difference between one soccer field or one baseball field, it seems, or that we trade off one soccer field for one baseball field somewhere in the entire design. But other than that, the other amenities are pretty able, I think, to be accommodated elsewhere, so that it's just not, we're not talking at this point about what each park could have. I mean, if we stick to just what has been eliminated on Park 1, then it's only this one with the seesaw. I don't know how you would address that, and the barbecue pit, and the one restroom. Okay, so those three are the only three things that are missing outside of the soccer, the eliminated soccer field, which we're saying, could we put another baseball field, because we also in Park 2 had to eliminate one baseball field. So if we would at least just today sort of say that we would not just eliminate the amenities in Park 1, but we would put them somewhere else. And that just sort of broadly says that we're going to have exactly what we had with Park 1, but it'll be spread out in the other parks. And that's kind of how I'm conceptualizing this, and if that's a good way to think about this. Because if we just kind of open it up to looking at each one separately and what might be good or better, I think we're going to be lost. There's too many options that we could be opening up. And so if we just say, just make sure that everything that was in Park 1, we have accommodated it somewhere else. And then, of course, the issue of the soccer field and the baseball is it's a little harder because, it takes more space, and I'm not sure what the parks really are configured as right now. But just some questions, if you could answer these, Dustin. One is that conceptualization of just making sure that Park 1 amenities are reflected somewhere else. But the soccer field that was eliminated, Park 2 seems awfully big. It's the second biggest park. Can that be put in Park 2, or is there constraints of topography or whatever?
Let me pull up my parks maps and make sure I know what I'm talking about. But fundamentally, I think you're right, and that's what I was saying, that we're to a large degree, not entirely, but to a large degree, we're somewhat agnostic about the actual requirement. I think we want to A, do the right thing, and B, accommodate to the best of our ability the needs. I think if it really is just replacing those someplace else, we can probably find a place for them.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's incorrect, Council or Mayor Pro Tem. Parcel or Park 2, is that what you were asking about?
Yeah, so we're eliminating soccer field in Park 1, and since Park 2 is so big, could we put one there?
The short answer is not really no. Sorry, I never really like to say no, but the answer probably is no, given the wetlands and other constraints there.
Okay.
There's a fair amount of topography, etc.
Okay, so in Park 2, we eliminated baseball field, and I didn't catch the reason why that was eliminated.
The same reason, it's wetlands. And to be completely blunt, I don't think there was a lot of thought given to the topography in that location. So it would have been a challenge to put a baseball diamond there no matter what, or the soccer field.
Okay, so we might be short either a soccer field or a baseball field, but maybe one or the other could be put into Park 8, the third largest park. So in this settlement agreement that forced changes, if we make sure that the little seesaw, the amenity, I'm not sure what that is, and the barbecue, and what is that?
It's a tot
lot.
Tot lot. Okay, so the tot lot, the barbecue pit, and then the restroom. Those are the only three. So in this whole scenario, we might just consider a baseball field. So we would lose, either a soccer field or a baseball field. But in essence, it's a pretty covered trade-off. I mean, we're not losing anything except that one. And with topography, I can understand by a wetland you can't have a baseball field or soccer field. So some of it might be that we don't get everything we want. But anyway, so I'm thinking that might be the best way to think about this, and that having a joint meeting to work out the details of where these go, because you're maybe not so much interested in that process, but just the outcome. Maybe that would be the better way to go, and we just make sure that all we're going to lose in this is possibly one soccer field.
I think that's right. If you'd like me to answer that, I'm trying to be cautious of time.
Yes. Yes.
I think that's right. I would make sure that the council's aware, I'm sure you are, but that, fees that are paid in lieu are, really able to be allocated anywhere in the city. So there might be, through this parks process, some other purpose or other process or other location that's up to the process. But so I think the idea of losing one, I get what you're saying, and I don't think it's inaccurate, but I think you're picking it up someplace else.
I see. Okay, so that would be a concept that we do anyway for displaced species, planted trees, that kind of thing. So okay, so that might help us sort of frame that we're not trying to get all the details in tonight, but we just need to know overall that this new plan, which really, other than those, is exactly the same as the original. So I don't think we have to make it more complicated than it really is.
Very similar. Thank you for noticing that.
Yeah. Okay. And that's all my questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Kathy. And we just talked about parks, and you itemized, Kathy, the few to several changes made in the parks. And there might be some other changes that are not park related that are part of this whole project since 2008 court settlement. The council is now for the first time trying to digest. Okay, let's go to the people. Let's go to the public, and let's hear from Mike Owen. Oops, sorry. Let's go to Karen Anderson. Mike, you seem to have dropped out, but let's go to Karen first. Go ahead, Karen. Good evening.
Thanks, Mayor Delgado and everybody. I'd like to ask, will Park 6 restrooms be available to the Windy Hill Park users? Is there a fence or some sort of border there? That's my main question. I just wanted to say looks like we're working on page 241 of the agenda, and it would always be great to announce that to everybody who's following along at home. Thank you for your effort to protect the vernal pools. That's really appreciated by everybody. It's not that easy to just plant a tree somewhere else when you have something that's a geological entity like a vernal pool. And for the future, the residents of the city, I think, would be well served to know just what the active park amenities inventory throughout the city includes. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Karen. Let's go to Ralph Surtak. Hello, Ralph. Ralph is an accomplished Boy Scout troop leader extraordinaire. Go ahead, Ralph. I'm trying to unmute you.
Okay, there. Is that better? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, good. I've been with the Boy Scouts since about 1990 or so, and I've seen a lot of changes. I'm with Troop 134. We currently have Pack 135 over at the Scout Hut over by Glory Jim Tate Park. Before COVID, we were using the community center. That worked out very well, but because of COVID, we had to go to Zoom, and that was disastrous for us. We currently use the American Legion, which is a great facility, but it's not a gymnasium or anything like that where we have games and sports and all that. We provide a good value to Marina. We support Earth Day. We support the beach cleanup. I'll be the co-captain again this year at Fort Ord Green State Park. We do a food drive in the fall with the Tom Common Food Pantry. And we also have Eagle projects here. We just recently completed one at the library with an irrigation system. And we also had those welcome signs for the city of Marina. We did those about 10 years ago. And I don't know how many are aware of it, but all those signs on the sewers by the curb and all that stuff that says "Do not dump" or blue and white or some combination like that. That was an Eagle project a long time ago. We did that to every sewer in the city of Marina. So we provide a good value. And my concern right now is the fact that we're doing a major recruiting drive, and we'd like to see expansion of facilities over to the Marina Station, including Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts. Girl Scouts especially are going gangbusters now. There's a unit with 82 girls in it. It's going great. And so we'd like to see some additional facilities for the expansion of the program over the Marina Station. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Ralph. Okay, now let's go to Mike Owen. Welcome back, Michael.
Yeah, thank you. Candy and I used to walk Armstrong Ranch a lot along the proposed Fortag Trail on the eastern side. And if the maritime chaparral ecosystem is allowed to flourish instead of being plowed under, you got yellow blue lupins, Fort Ord wildflowers. It's a great view. And then on the north side, you got the strawberry fields and actually vistas of, like further down towards the Salinas River. So I think that's a great idea. The Brown Trail that goes by the landmark beach landmark eucalyptus trees. They have not been trimmed on the north side for the last 100 years. So for aesthetic and for public safety reasons, you're going to have to like match the south side of the eucalyptus that have been trimmed extensively at least twice since 1990. And then, as you know, I've been really interested in saving trees in the Dunes Park, and a group of us have been doing that. And whatever we've looked at, we have never changed the dimensions or the footprint for the softball field, baseball field, soccer, tennis courts. So as far as like I'm concerned, whatever you want to put in, whether it's a baseball field or soccer field, you absolutely have room to do that at the Dune City Park. And then the next thing is that along with bringing back the Recreation and Cultural Commission, I hope you're not neglecting the Public Works Commission, which is going to be really be along with the Rec Commission, looking at the infrastructure for these parks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mike. Let's go to Francine Roth. Hello, Francine.
Hello, City Council. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm here tonight wearing both my resident hat as well as my hat as the Executive Director for First Five Monterey County. I've been blessed to live in this community off and on since 1965, and feel like Marina is a place where businesses thrive, diversity works, and community comes first. And so I appreciate all of your work to make sure that that actually happens in a holistic fashion. And so I wanted to raise to you something that I don't think was well known in 2008 when we first came up with this project, which was the situation with childcare. In the county, there are 36,000 children and only spots for 9,200 of them licensed childcare spots. That's 26% of children have under the age of 5 have access to licensed childcare. In Marina, it's even worse. It's only 15% of our children 0 to 4 have access to licensed childcare. So as we develop the industrial section, also I wanted to point out in your general plan, there's a section on child care facilities, and it talks about Armstrong Ranch and industrial centers, and that as the community grows, that there would be a focus on child care. So I'm hoping that as that section gets built out, we can look at and think about setting aside some space for child care, especially since there's going to be housing for extra low, and moderate income families in this community, which I really appreciate. And I look forward to working with you on that to make sure we're building that out in the most effective way possible. The other thing I would ask you to take a look at is healthcare and a clinic. I don't know if the health department has been involved in any of this discussions to date, and mental health concerns. So those were the things I wanted to bring up that are new since 2008. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Francine. Let's go to Tommy Bolea. Welcome back, Tommy.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. 2 minutes, it's not a lot of time, but here we go again. I'm gonna get what I can get in. Are those parks, since we talked about more like parks than more than ever, are those parks gonna have artificial turf? I mean, we have to start saving water now. I mean, it's less maintenance. It's just an overall win-win. I mean, Delmar School is, that whole green pasture is watered, but it's never used. I might see one dog on there once in a while. We're hemorrhaging the water now. We need to start saving now. We're not using it. I mean, I would prefer more indoor stuff for daycare, indoor swimming pool, that I can buy, because we're in a cold climate. To go to those parks, you really got to be brave. You got to bring your jacket 300 days out of the year. I mean, that's just the way it is. But for me, a guy, we just get on a bike and we build heat. It's okay. But for other people, it's just too cold. What's the lawyer litigation about? Is there any way to find out what that's all about? I mean, kind of like you guys are being hush-hush about that. Just wondering.
Tommy, tonight, right now, we're not talking about litigation. We're talking about an extended agreement request for Marina Station development.
Okay, what is the percentage of the development is rental units? I didn't know if I got a square answer on that. What is the percentage of rental units on this, all phased out, all built out? Yeah, it's just, I don't know. I had too many questions, not enough time. The only thing is, go ahead and build north, because the wildlife has all moved on. The freeway and the sand plant destroyed all the wildlife. It's all east now in Fort Ord and East Garrison. That's what we're going to save, is that part. There's a lot of wild animals. I documented them. I photographed them, so I know they're there. But the freeway clearly destroyed the west.
Thank you very much, Tommy. And we're going to go to Amanda Holder next. Good evening, Amanda.
Go ahead.
Hi, this is Jeff Holder. And after seeing the amendment with the new trail systems coming in, I'm just curious what the privacy is going to look like for the folks that have property up against that property line, the fence line there. Also in the industrial area, the light industrial area, I'm wondering what the lighting concessions are going to be for the residents along that area.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. Any more input? All right, let's go to John LaRocco. Hello, John. Thanks for joining us. Trying to unmute you, John.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead. Thank you.
Great. Great presentation. John LaRocco from Sea Haven. Just wanted to say, as we're moving forward with informing the public on the bond measure coming forward, and it looks like there's a lot of infrastructure that's been designed into the Marina Station phase. If we can relay that information as we're informing the public going forward with the bond measure, how we've pre-planned or how we're extending services, you know, fire and schooling and additional services for the marina, and how basically we're pre-planning for that. And that way, when the bond measure comes up and people get word of the marina station, they don't say, well, okay, well, what's going to happen with when that neighborhood gets built out? What's going to happen next? So that's all I had. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much, John. All right, let's go to Brian McCarthy. Welcome, Brian.
All right, good evening, Mayor, Council. I think assuming you extend tonight, it's really critical that we continue to foster kind of a good relationship between the developer, the community, and the council. And I do think one of the ways you do that is, as Mr. Owen mentioned, is kind of bringing back that full array of commissions and boards immediately. And that we work really hard to fill those boards with well-qualified community members who want to engage. And in fact, kind of without getting too off topic, I recommend you move to a paradigm where you try and appoint those members to those boards by district now that you've moved to district-based elections. But second, I want to point out and recognize, kind of talk just a little bit about this lawsuit we keep talking about that occurred. And it occurred because we had an active community. The city, in fact, as I recall, wasn't a signer of the settlement agreement, but rather one of the four signers was a gentleman here in town named Steve Zmack, who was at the time a member of the Sierra Club Ventana chapter, and was then and still is a resident of Marina. It's because of him and people like him from that era that we have such a fantastic development plan tonight to assign in the first place. So I'm really appreciative of that work. To all of those folks who worked so hard over a decade ago to help develop this plan that we have tonight. So again, I'm looking forward to getting our community engaged, using the tools that we have to do that, and getting this housing built. I think, you know, we all agree that that's absolutely necessary. So I look forward to your decision tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brian. If anyone else would like to speak on this matter, let's take a couple moments to give you the chance to raise your hand if you haven't spoken already. Okay, Let's go over the questions that were raised and we'll close public comment at this time. As far as public facilities for scouts, et cetera, Lane, is it more likely that those are going to end up at Vince DiMaggio Park than Marina Station? I don't see any large buildings planned for community center type stuff.
Correct. There are no buildings like that in Marina
Is that
Station.
because it's so close to Vince DiMaggio Park, or? And
It was just never programmed or planned.
so the closest facilities would be the improved Gloria Jean Tate Park and Vince DiMaggio Park. Is that correct?
That's correct.
The library, of course, and perhaps that'll be a future improvement to the library area as a community center. Okay. Mike asked, are the brown colored trail that you showed earlier paralleling Beach Road on the north side of the fence that's there today? Are those eucalyptus trees planned to be cut, and who will maintain those? Trimming, I should say, not cut.
I am not positive on whose property those are.
Okay, so we'll get to that in the future. Go ahead, Dustin.
They are not planned to be cut, and they'll be maintained to the extent that they're on the development side. They'll be maintained by the development.
As far as focus on childcare, especially in the industrial area, that was news to me. Dustin, how does it work to have childcare facilities in the industrial zone, the light industrial zone?
It's a use. I believe it's allowed in the use for those industrial, and I think it's allowed in the commercial as well.
Okay, so from your perspective, Dustin, that's probably going to depend on county, city, or other nonprofits who want to be tenants with childcare facilities in the light industrial area. It's not going to depend on you building a child service center.
Correct.
Were you going to add to that?
There may be other complications. The reason that industrial is in the middle there is because of the flight path of the airport, and there are certain FAA restrictions, and I'm not sure they would allow a child care school and those types of facilities. So there may be other restrictions associated with that.
So it's interesting because it's part of the allowed uses, and you're saying it's really not compatible?
Well, the reason that the industrial property goes down the middle there is because of the airport. And so the FAA will have certain restrictions. And so we may have a land use that will allow certain things, but the FAA has additional restrictions. So I'm just saying there may be some other complications with the child care facility through there, but it's just something to look at.
Okay, thank you. This is getting into the details that we can talk about when we have a joint meeting between city bodies of commissions, et cetera. But artificial turf compared to natural turf, trying to save water. You want to speak to that at all, Dustin or Lane?
I think that's a long-term discussion when we talk about city parks and amenities.
Okay. Dustin, that comes into sort of the back end of the design, not the front end, or?
Yeah, I think it probably should be a broader topic. I think from our standpoint, we want to be good stewards of the water that we have. And so I think we're happy to work with the city to come up with a plan on the projects that are closer.
Okay. All right. We did discuss this last time we met. Same sort of question came up. The percent of rental units, not counting, I buy a house and I rent it to, a member of the public, but the built homes that are rental units, what percent of the total will be built for rental units?
It'll be very high for sale. I think my answer last time was 80-90%.
90% for sale, so 10 to 20% rental, and it's a ballpark figure at this point.
That's right.
Okay. Jeff asked, how will we try to have privacy for homes that are near the trails, particularly the ones behind Beach Road, parallel to Beach Road?
Yeah, so we were just looking at that offline here. There's 10 houses that front it, 7 front yards, 3 side yards. There'd be a 4-foot buffer between the trail and, side and rear yard fences, but not front yard fences.
Okay. So probably if we had more, if we wanted to go deeper into that question, we'd probably do it some other time, such as a joint meeting of Public Works and planning.
I think we could simply provide, staff and whatever process the council deems, but we could provide you cross sections of those trails to make it easy for you.
Okay. A similar question regarding the glare from lighting and the other sort of effects that lighting might have on nearby homes. We're talking about, and the question from Jeff, the industrial zones lighting and its effect on residential.
Well, I mean, there's certainly mitigations for that. The lighting has to be down lighting, focused, especially with the navigation easement. There's a lot of restrictions around that.
Okay. And I realize that we're getting way off topic to some extent, but we're talking about transparency, that people are really interested. So we want to keep everyone on board. I think it's worth a few minutes to do this. Last question. Park number 6, closest one to Windy Hill Park, really right across the fence. Aaron wants to know, will the restrooms in Park 6 be available to Windy Hill visitors? And Lane, maybe you can talk about the potential for a real restroom at Windy Hill, irrespective of Marina Station.
Yeah, we will be coming back to council with proposals for a restroom at Windy Hill. But as Dustin said earlier, all the parks in Marina Station are going to be open to the public. And so there won't be any restriction from anyone anywhere in the city using those restrooms, even if they're at Windy Hill and they walk over to the Park 6 or 7.
Okay, go ahead, Dustin.
I'd like to clarify the daycare answer. Guido has obviously dug super, super deep and found a document, a condition that I've not seen. So in an example, it specifically precludes daycare facilities under the navigation easement. So it will not be allowed in the industrial, despite the fact it might be an acceptable use from a zoning standpoint. Good catch, Guido.
Thank you, Guido. Behind the scenes, he's working hard and helping out. It's great. All right. So unless anyone wrote something down that needs addressing from the public comment, we'll move on to David Burnett. But did anyone have any other questions noted that I may have missed? Okay, let's go to Councilmember Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank the public for sharing their thoughts and hopes tonight. I think it was very informative. Lane, I noticed in the staff report, there was a mention that the project is exempt from certain ordinances, city regulations imposed since the agreement, the 2008 agreement. But they would still be bound under our current short-term rental ordinance. Is that correct?
Right. That's correct.
Okay. I'm gonna vote against this particular project. Dustin, I think it's a great project. You have shown to be a person of integrity, and I think you have put forward a project that is beautiful. However, I think in light of the current economic conditions in our city, we don't need 1,300 single-family homes at this time. I think it's a slap in the face for those folks struggling, trying to find affordable housing in our community. I think it's tone deaf to the reality of life in Monterey County and in California. This project, if it had been happened in place of Sea Haven or the Dunes, I would have been in support of that. But because we have Sea Haven, because we have the Dunes, we don't need another single family development of this size. What we need are affordable homes, rental housing that serves our community. This project to me is out of time. It would have done better at a different time and place, but because of where we are today, I just can't support it and its current configuration. And those are my comments.
Thank you, David. Let's go to Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen.
Thank you. I just want to give a comment about a simple concept called supply and demand. So when we have a very low supply, such as housing, and a very high demand, which is the current state that we are in, this project brings not just single family, but multifamily and various levels of workforce housing at all levels, because we can't just blanket the word affordable housing and have a, what do we think of? We think of maybe people who are chronically homeless, and that might be people who are living in tents, but we also have people who are having really good jobs that just can't seem to afford. So, and having studied this project, I think it's one of the best, and I'm going to stand by my record, Mr. Dustin Bogue, that this is a really good project that is going to address us on several fronts. So I'm very excited about this project because I've been waiting for it as a resident in this neighborhood, just steps from where it's to be built. I've been waiting for it for more than 20 years. And that's to improve our parks, that's to improve roundabouts, that's to improve so many facets of our community. And I look forward to working with you. And I have your word that you are a local resident and you're going to work with us. You've done a good job as far as I can tell in East Garrison, minus things out of your control like Melrose. And we definitely need a mixed use development like this. So it's not just one configuration of housing, the 34 people that are here. I'm happy to speak to any person about this. It's got at least 4 levels of housing plus, open space, trail space. And I think if we're going to create a blueprint of what's good for our community, it's working with a developer who's based locally and it has, I'm going to put it out there. I think you have our best interest in mind because you're part of our community. So while market forces are out of our control, the fact that you're here and you've been talking to us and willing to speak with us, it's long overdue. I'm behind this extension because it's necessary to move our city forward. So thank you for your patience. And I'm completely behind this project because I know that you're gonna have good communications with us. I trust that you will. And so many things like bathrooms in our parks have been dependent on this project. So many things. I'll just share that I got involved in government because I wanted something very simple, and that's a crosswalk to Windy Hill Park, and bathrooms in Windy Hill Park, which is my district. And I was told couldn't happen because Marina Station, which originated in 2008, was going to promise all of those things. Couldn't improve the intersection, couldn't get me a safe crossing, couldn't get me a bathroom for my kids because the developers. So my kids are now 13 years old. I don't think we go there as nearly as often, but I've been waiting since they were born to get a bathroom in my park or to have a better footprint of a park. So this is just one of those things that's been on the back burner for our town. Some might say we're growing too fast, but I think Marina's coming into its own. And when we have projects that are good for our community and are going to supply us with a variety of housing opportunities, we're on a good path. Really, we are. So I'm 100% behind this project, looking forward to it. It's in my neighborhood. And if I were to be a person to say like, don't let it happen because it's going to impact my drive or something, I think we're working carefully with this developer to mitigate some of those impacts. And I think he's invested in our community long enough, millions of dollars. And just to get a start into the ground is going to cost him millions of dollars. So he's here they're here for the long run. And I look forward to continuing the conversations with my constituents. I've not heard of one person who's against this project, not one. So I want to say thank you and let's move forward. Let's work together. Let's get our rec commission. Let's get our parks going, and let's just move Marina to a place where it needs to be, helping with our housing stock and meeting people where they are in their housing needs, which I believe this project will provide. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christina. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be voting in favor of the 10-year extension. I think that 3 Millennium and Dustin have shown good faith efforts to accommodate some of our concerns, and I thank you for it. And I will be voting for the motion.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay. Lane and Dustin, we haven't addressed two things that are missing from the staff report that were concerns brought up in our last two meetings, both times. One is the plant that has destroyed or heavily degraded two dune systems in California, similar to the one we have. So Lane, has staff and Dustin had any discussion about that?
Dustin, do you want to respond to that? Because I thought Dustin
Yes, sir.
responded a little bit last time.
It just wasn't in the staff report this time. You did have a list of issues that you had addressed, and that wasn't on the list.
Mr. Mayor, it is actually part of the question answer, but it was a little disguised a little bit. So effectively what it said is that we have a requirement for a mitigation monitoring plan, and that would be how the city would administer effectively the response that I told you that we would do. So just for the record, we agreed to have our consultant identify this as part of, technically as part of the MMRP, but also as a secondary administration plan that the city could look at and potentially even adopt for broader purposes.
Excellent. Yeah, I didn't see that. Thank you very much. And then the large berms, one on each side of Del Monte Boulevard. The question was, what will be the process to address that? Because it's going to make a big change potentially in the topography, the feel for that area. Potentially the rec trail will be affected, et cetera. So what's the update on that, Dustin and Lane?
On the west side of Del Monte, you're not going to see a lot of change because there's a PG&E gas line through there, and so that berm cannot be laid, and so that topography isn't going to change a whole lot. On the east side, it will be graded, and Dustin could probably go in more detail on how that grade is going to look.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, candidly, this is one of the first things that we addressed when we came into the project, and that's the access and that that roundabout at the entry there, or half round, that has a whole bunch of uses, including mixed use, commercial, et cetera, was really conceived on top of a mountain, and so it was inaccessible at the original design. And so we worked with staff and EDRI, et cetera, to create it's going to get graded is the short answer, but we tried to be thoughtful about it. And going forward, I think it's something that we can, as we do the engineering, we can provide specific details to you for.
Okay. Thank you. So the elevation grade will be close to Del Monte today or be higher?
It'll be a little bit higher, but close.
All right. There was one other item and I can't remember what it was, so it must not have been very important. But my overall comment, now that I'm done with questions, Dustin, is that you demonstrated a lot of patience to sort of backtrack deeper into the weeds, into the issues, the details than you expected or maybe others expected. But I think it's good that we let all council and all residents say basically whatever they wanted to that was relevant to this project, even wasn't relevant to the extension being requested tonight to 10 years. And that means a lot to us. So thank you, Dustin. And I do agree with Councilmember Christina Menina Dirksen that I think you represent, one of the finest developers that we've engaged with. And we have to trust you, and we have good reason to trust that you'll be amenable to working out how to make this project as good as it can be for the community, given that it's your community too, but also that I think you demonstrate that you're a person of integrity. And we look forward to working with you for the next 10 to 20 years to get this project, because it may take more than 10 years to finish it. Who can say what the international economy, regional economy is going to be, but probably we're in for some ups and downs. And so it never goes as planned, but I think we're fortunate to have you be the developer here. You picked up this project after it was already pretty well designed and signed off on. And I agree with Councilmember Burnett that we don't need 1,000+ homes that we can't afford. But that's not the issue tonight. We can't say no tonight to 1,000 homes that we want to change the whole design. And but what we can say tonight is whether you got 3 years to build it or you have 10 years to build it. I think that to expect a good partnership with you, giving you 10 years, showing you that we can be reasonable to meet your needs, you're going to be much more reasonable and open to meet our needs. And I can guess that we're going to have a lot of community needs where we're going to be coming to you and asking for your participation or your time to consider changes where it might benefit both of us or maybe just benefit the community, who knows. But I want to say overall, thank you very much, Dustin, for all the time you put into this before I started meeting with you. And over the last month and a half since we've been meeting, you've given us a lot of time, and that means money and delay, et cetera. So just a big thank you, Dustin, for participating with us. All right, we'll turn it over to Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biella.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to see if Councilwoman Berkeley would like to entertain a friendly amendment to the motion. Are you there? Can't tell.
Go ahead with your friendly amendment, Kathy, and if we have
Okay.
to, we'll make a substitute motion.
Okay, first, did the motion include something about the joint meeting for park discussion? Was that included already?
I think it was a general go to the public, have meetings. Go ahead, Lisa.
Yes, it was included.
Okay, and then I'd like to add to ensure that all omitted park amenities from Park 1 in the original map be accounted for at other parks at Marina Station or in another in lieu location somewhere in the city.
Yeah, I think that's okay.
Okay, my second holds.
Wait,
Kathy, go ahead, Lisa.
Hold on. My hesitation to this is that we're going to be having a conversation about all of the parks together, and I don't want to tie us to something right now that we may discover is not appropriate. And that's my hesitation.
Right, and the reason I'm doing it is because we don't want to recreate all of the parks again, and that there is a specific change because of the settlement agreement, and that at least what was changed, we restore in other places in Marina Station, or if it's a larger soccer park, that we could put it someplace else in the city. But that's so that we don't recreate everything, just limit it to that.
So what if we say, okay, we have that included in the motion with the caveat that come our public meeting, if we decided that it should be adjusted, that we would do that.
That's kind of contrary to what my original intent was. So, like, for example, a bathroom was eliminated. So that bathroom could go to another location, and that's what the committee would be deciding.
Perhaps I have something to add.
One moment, please, Christina. So I think you're both saying the same thing.
Mm.
You want to leave it open to compensate the losses, and you want to leave it up to the public process to decide what that compensation will be.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Lisa-
Yeah, but we're not going to add anything, and we're not going to come away having lost something. That's the intent.
Correct.
That whatever was displaced in Park 1, the 5, I think the amenities will be figured into Marina Station, other parks, or in lieu exchange.
Okay.
And Lisa, we're going to go to Christina now, but when we come back, I'm going to ask you if you would to repeat the motion because it's been a while since it was made. But go ahead, Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen.
Sure, Mayor Pro Tem, perhaps you meant to say what we have lost is ensured to go back to the parks budget. So to ensure that it goes not absorbed into the general fund, but to make us whole in some manner in our parks budget.
I wasn't necessarily talking about money, because then we would be looking at a map that included how much these amenities cost. And so that wasn't exactly my intent. It's the physical facilities or the amenity that I was concerned about.
Okay.
Just to clarify, the in lieu funds cash would go into our park impact fees that philosophically, policy-wise, could be spent anywhere in the city. But right now, Dustin has told us a few times tonight that if we make changes that cost him a lot more money, that's okay. He's open-minded to those. It would bring down the $6.3 to $7 million in lieu park fees that currently staff and he have negotiated.
Okay, so maybe if we had to move a soccer field or whatever, then that converts to money in the general fund, whereas all the other things that we're talking about right now in this friendly amendment is the actual amenity. So if we lost a bathroom, then another one within Marina Station gets built. Not speaking of money at that point. That's
The general fund, let's ask Lane to clarify, because I think it would not go into the general fund, but Lane, could you jump in?
Yeah, you're correct. The replacement of those Park One amenities is being replaced through park impact fees, and that will not go to the general fund.
okay. Yeah,
It would go into the general park
general.
system throughout the
That's what
city.
yes, that was just an error.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yes, let's move us along. It's 9:30 already. Let's the final motion. Hold on, I have a cat sitting on my paper. Is that as it's written here on the agenda that we approve resolution 2022 to be decided approving the assignment of the development agreement related to the Marina Station project to Third Millennial Partners, and 2, read by title only and waive further reading, and approve the first reading of ordinance 2022 to be decided approving the First Amendment to the development agreement related to the Marina Station project, and 3, that we discuss the details of the parks in a public meeting, which include to be held between council, planning commission, and public works and rec department. Parks and Rec department, and
Commission.
that I'm sorry, commission. Yes, thank you. And that
The public.
I'm sorry.
And the public is included in that, correct?
Yes, of course. It's a public meeting.
Mhm.
And that anything that we have lost or that we have currently lost as it pertains to this agreement is either reallocated someplace else in the city, or we receive in lieu funds which go into the parks. What's the correct title of that fund?
Impact fees.
Impact fees.
Impact fees.
Okay, so the second holds, and Lisa, I think that last part was where we started tonight, that there's an in lieu fee process that would come up or down if we change things. It costs more or costs less, but it's good to clarify that.
Who seconded that motion?
Originally it was Christina, but
It was me.
Christina and Bruce kind of simultaneously did it. So I just decided, I figured you would, whoever you were.
All right. So let's go to a roll call vote, please, Anita.
Councilmember Burnett,
No, for reasons stated.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Berkeley,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biella,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
All right. Thank you to everybody involved. There's a lot of people that have been involved that worked hard on this. It's not the last step. There'll be much more to come, but thank you for everything leading up to tonight that everybody contributed. All right.
Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind me interrupting, we didn't hear your vote.
Oh, did you ask for my vote, Anita?
Yes, I did.
The vote's yes. Thank you. So that passes.
Thank you very much.
That passes 4-1 with Councilmember David Burnett dissenting. And yeah, thanks again to everybody. Let's take a 5-minute break, even though it's late. We've been here for a lot of hours here, enough hours to take a break. So let's come back here 5 minutes from now. What time would that be? Would that be 9:37?
9:37.
Okay, so we're back here at 9:37. We'll talk about what we can achieve with the remainder of tonight's meeting.
Mr. Mayor, do you want to take a vote on extending to 10:30 now?
Let's do that vote in 5 minutes. Actually, I gotta go. That's why I'm a little bit.
Thank you all very much.
Thanks to the 34 people who are sticking with us. Pretty
Thank you.
exciting to have you here.
Yes, good night. one thing that was pulled off the consent agenda is probably fairly urgent, and that is the contract that would allow the homes on,
Correct. It was the contract with
Verde.
Verde to move forward on our parks.
I was thinking of the park barracks.
That's already the next item on the other action.
So we have 11A, which is the demolition contract. We have 11D, which is pulled from the consent agenda regarding the landscape architect contract. Then we have two budgets, Abrams and Preston. So Lane, of those four items, what do you think we can realistically tackle tonight? And then council will weigh in on how long we want to go. Maybe I should ask the first question. Let me reverse that. Council, how late do you want to go tonight so Lane can tell us what to fit in?
I don't think I think that we should be able to, like, the Preston Abrams budget should probably be very, very quick, I would imagine. So I think we could probably I would think we can just bang out it.
How late would you like to stay tonight in the worst case, Lisa?
I'd like to stay until it's done.
Okay. Anyone else? David, Kathy?
Yeah, I would like to see the Preston, then Abrams, and then the demolition. I think we can get those two done quickly and then spend the time on the demolition.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I'd like to go to 10:30.
Okay. Christina, how late can you go? All right. Go ahead, Christina. How late would you be comfortable going tonight?
As long as needed.
Okay. I want to put forward that I think that the demolition contract is the most urgent item tonight with the structure fires we've been having. And it should be the shortest item of all. The Preston budget, you don't know how many people are going to have comments. Sometimes it takes a long time and there's two of them, and sometimes it's very brief. So I think we should keep the order, Lane, unless you think 11D, the landscape architect project, is urgent.
No, I agree that the existing order is the appropriate order.
Okay, so let's get to the Preston budgets as soon as we can. But first, let's go to 11A, the Cypress Knolls buildings blight removal and the city park barracks item.
Okay, Mayor, members of council, I'm Brian McMinn, Public Works Director. As you know, the city inherited blighted buildings from the former Fort Ord, the Army, and when FORA, the Fort Ord Reuse Authority sunset, they had secured some blight removal bond funding, and as well as escrow bond funding that is accruing for the city. City Council allocated $5.7 million towards the removal of the barracks on the Dune City Park and 31 of the duplexes along 3rd Avenue and Rendova in what is referred to as Cypress Knolls. Staff worked with our consultant at Wallace Group, put together the bid package. All the hazardous material surveys were performed and made available in the bid package. Put it out to bid, and the city received 8 bids in response to the call for bids. Those were reviewed. 4 of those bids were found to be non-responsive. As you may have seen in the packet, there were a number of bid protests filed on this particular bid, and the top 3 bidders basically at the time, and all of those bidders were allowed to respond to it. City attorney reviewed the bids, as well as special counsel for the city reviewed the bid protests to determine which would be the valid, responsible bidder to recommend for award of contract in this case. So the item before you has a number of actions in the resolution. One is to award the construction contract for the City Park Barrack and Cypress Knolls buildings blight removal project to United Unlimited Environmental Incorporated for the base bid amount of $4,245,000. What council had originally allocated $5.7 million towards the project. With the bids coming in, we estimate that we're going to need an additional $577,000 of blight removal funding appropriated to the project. So there's a request for allocation or appropriation of that funding. Authorizing the city manager to execute the contract documents subject to review by the city attorney, and authorizing the city manager as designee to expend up to an additional 10% of the contract amount for change orders, construction contingencies, and authorizing the finance director to make necessary accounting and budgetary entries. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that the council has.
All right, let me make a motion that we continue to 10:45 if needed.
I second.
Okay, I think Lisa spoke first, so Lisa seconds it. Can we have a roll call, please, Anita?
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
Yes.
Councilmember Berkeley,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biella,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. Okay, so let's continue. Does any council member have questions at this time? All right. I'll motion that we do the 5 things that are in the request from staff, such as awarding the contract, allocating the funds for blight removal, authorizing the city manager and city attorney to do their duties, and authorizing the city manager to expend up to an additional 10% of the contract amount for contingencies, et cetera, and our finance director to make any necessary accounting and budgetary entries.
Second.
Second.
Okay, got a second, first from Councilmember David Burnett. Let's go to public comment, starting with Joshua Dome. You all have up to 4 minutes to speak. Hello, Joshua.
Can you hear me?
Barely. Your volume is low.
Okay, well, I'm gonna try to move forward anyway. My name is Joshua Dome.
Joshua, it's not going to help. It's really hard to hear you.
I'm gonna try one more time. Can you hear me now?
Just barely. You got to really strain our ears, but if that's the best you can do, go ahead. We'll make it.
Okay, the best I can do, I respectfully make the following comments. I am CEO of Resource Environmental, one of the bidders on your demolition blight removal project. I first want to thank the council for their passion and labor of love and your service to your city. I want to also point out that your number 1 and number 2 bidders are non-responsive by virtue of your own specifications, whereby they do not hold the right licenses and certifications at the time of bid as specified in your bid documents and as recently published by your city attorney and your special counsel. Those irregularities were waived in favor of the motion that's in front of you now. And so my purpose is just to try to explain to you that your own specifications are not being adhered to in potentially awarding the contract to UEI, because both the number 1 and number 2 bidders were not properly licensed and properly certified via your own specifications at the outset of bid, at bid time. And so the right thing to do, and yes, it sounds self-serving, the right thing to do is to award to the only responsive bidder, which is Resource Environmental Incorporated, who had a fully compliant, fully responsive bid and is and was properly licensed at time of bid. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Joshua. I heard every word and took some notes. We'll get to your comments during the question and answer session from council in what looks like after 3 more people or so. Let's go to Sean Dowsing. Thanks for coming back, Sean, and being patient since earlier.
Good evening, council members. It's late, so I appreciate you taking the time. My name is Sean Dowsing. I'm an attorney here representing Resource Environmental. You just heard Joshua Dome speak. that project is the subject of a bid protest. I don't want to take too much of your time tonight, so I'm just going to make 2 quick points. The first one is something that we outlined in our letter to the city attorney yesterday, which I hope council has had an opportunity to read. If you haven't, I would respectfully ask that you read it before making any decisions on the award of this project. In short, the bid specifications that Josh is talking about, and the bids, one of the bid specifications that we're referencing was section 02080 of the bid specs, which required a EPA RRP certification at bid time. The 2 low bidders on this did not have this certification. So we believe the city should award to Resource because it is therefore the lowest responsive bidder. That said, I know the city has a memo on this bid protest saying that the EPA license was not required at bid time, but only at the time of work, so only when construction was starting. I would submit to the council that the memo's analysis is wrong and it's a little bit strained. What the memo does is it misconstrues bid section 2.4, which is the requirement that the city approve the RRP license in writing before work starting. So the memo confuses that section with section 0280, which says that the bidders needed to have the license at bid time. So put differently, the city memo mix and matched a during construction submittal requirement, which is a normal part of a public works project, with a at bid time requirement. Again, it's more detailed than the letter we sent to Heidi Quinn yesterday, but with Resource being within 5% of the low bid, we believe there's no need to delay this project. The city should award to Resource as it was the only one with the certification. My second point is more broadly about the integrity of the bidding process, and recognizing that I'm an attorney for Resource, I can only be so unbiased in this role. But I do take the integrity of the bid process to heart because as an attorney, I do represent cities like yours from anywhere from Fresno County into Los Angeles. It is part of my practice to represent public agencies. I would say the integrity of the bidding process is absolutely crucial, and it's in danger here. In this bid, the city would not waive the tree trimming license requirement for SVG, who was the initial low bidder, but it did require it would not waive it, so it made their bid non-responsive, knocked them out. Mind you, SVG's experience and sophistication, it could have easily gotten a tree trimming license by the time it started work, but the city correctly interpreted section 0280 as requiring that license at bid time. With respect to UEI, however, the city memo strained the unrelated submittal language to find that this EPA certification was not needed at bid time. That was against the own bid specifications. So the city has actually treated the first and second bidders differently. So putting Resource aside, that's not correct. The city must impose the same requirements on all bidders and hold them to the same standard. So if the city is not going to award to Resource as the lowest responsive bidder, we would ask it to exercise its discretion to reject all bids and rebid the work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sean. And now we go to Mike Owen. Welcome back, Mike.
Yeah. Excuse me. Despite all the controversy, I'm really overwhelmed with the how much focus was going into certification of tree service, trying to make sure that we would get the most professional services regarding that for the city. So it's just like was really super impressive to me. In the staff report, it mentions that the city arborist would be accompanying staff on an on-site inspection during the removal of the trees. So my question is, do we have do we have a city arborist already? Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. We'll answer all the questions just in a bit. Let's go to Les Martin. Hello, Les. Welcome back.
Hi, thank you.
Yeah, I ran for office 2 years ago with the idea that we need to get that stuff taken down immediately. It's been 2 long years, and I've been wondering what's going on. Why haven't the city done anything about getting this stuff gone? After reviewing all that complex paperwork and understanding how complex the situation is, I understand now why it's taken so long. Thank goodness we're at this point. I look forward to you guys approving this contract and moving forward and starting to see some of those buildings come down. Thank you.
Thank you, Les. Let's go to Tommy Bolea. Welcome back, Tommy.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Is there going to be, prior to demolition, is there going to be any animal trapping or anything? I mean, I'm assuming there's wildlife in there. I mean, is there any consideration on that, or is that part of the bid? Has it been considered? Is reclaimed water going to be used just to keep the dust down? I mean, that's going to be to me, that's going to be a very unhealthy area at that time of demolition. Asbestos, lead, heavy metals, concrete dust. I mean, tankers can come in with recycled water. I mean, that dust is going to go all into our neighborhood with the winds that we've been having. And what about the trees? Who's going to police this now? I mean, you're going to go in there and level all the trees again, and then we're going to go back where you guys historically had taken down trees without proper authority or whatever. So how are we going to plan this now? Or they're just going to go in and go gun ho? I mean, I can understand the dead trees, but the cypress trees, they're probably the most resilient. They need to be trimmed, obviously, but are there going to be licensed arborists in there? Or is it just going to be a pandemic, just chaos? I mean, I know your bid is lowest bid possible, but there's a lot of things here to consider. And I'm assuming all the workers are certified. And I don't know if there's going to be any language barriers. But again, are the workers certified? And is there going to be language barriers? And what you said, tree removal. So what trees are going to be removed? The only ones I see that need to be removed are the pine trees because they're dead. The cypress don't look good. I'm sorry, the eucalyptus don't look good, but the cypress looks very good other than never maintained. And some of them probably will have to go because of that. But it's taken this long to get to this point. I mean, we're going to do it right. So whoever development goes in there, it's going to match those trees because there's wildlife in there. The birds, the hawk, the owl. I mean, that's been all locked up for that amount of time. Now you're going to send them through culture shock. Hopefully they'll come back, but that's going to be plenty of noise. It's going to shock that area. It's got to go. Yes, it's got to go, but let's do it right. So I guess who's going to be policing all this work? I mean, if there's not going to be any policing, then I could just see miscommunication, misunderstanding, whatever you want to call it, but it's going to be developed. You guys got all these other projects, but it's going to take some time. I don't understand why you guys want to do all this overnight. I mean, my God, you don't even have the water, backup water source. You're still working on that. So this thing, 2 years is not even long enough, if you ask me. Other than the buildings burning down and letting them burn, we should have been warned about that. I mean, you could send out that text message. You sent it out for everything else. That smoke and all that asbestos, arsenic goes in our neighborhood. I mean, I need to be notified. But thank God this is coming to some point here now that it's going to move forward, but we're going to have to do it the right way, or I'll go out there and police it. I mean, just let me know. I'll go out there and police it.
All right. Thank you very much, Tommy. Let's go to Jill Duplex. Welcome, Jill.
Hello?
Yes, hello, we can hear you. Hi.
Okay, sorry. My name is Jill DuPage and I am the Vice President of Unlimited Environmental. I'm sure the city attorney is going to address these items, but I did want to make a couple clarifications to Mr. Dome's statement. And Sean, I apologize, I didn't hear your last name, but the attorney for resource. First, I do want to clarify, there's two major differences here. There's a licensing issue and there's a certification issue, and they're two very different things. Sean made a comment earlier saying that SVG would have been easily able to obtain their license before the work starts. That statement is incorrect. I have researched the Contractor State License Board. Currently, they're only looking at applications submitted July 1st. So currently they are a month behind in even looking at applications. So the D49 license that would have been required by SVG to self-perform the tree pruning would not been able to been obtained prior to the start of the work. Secondarily, I do want to say that the specifications do allow for the RRP certification to be submitted to the city prior to the start of work per the specifications. It is in section 2.4 that Sean referred to. Specifically, it does state that no work would be allowed to start until the documents have been submitted for review and approved in writing by an observation service. And the RRP certification is specifically listed in that set of documents. The contractor shall have the EPA's renovation, repair, and painting certification prior to the start of the work. The specifications did read clearly what was required at bid time. The part A of the documents, the legal and procedural documents and notice to bidders, that all contractors submitting bids must have a valid, as of the date bid opening, a class A or B. The hazardous materials abatement contractor should have a class C22, and the demolition contractor should have a class C21. The bid specifications were very clear also in stating that a licensed tree removal contractor would be required to do the pruning services of the trees. So therefore, SVG would not have been, their bid would have been non-responsive. UEI did list a D49 contractor to do the pruning of the trees, and so therefore our bid was responsive in that respect. I appreciate your time, and thank you for your consideration tonight.
Thank you very much, Jill. Let's go to Nestor Reyes. Hello, Nestor. Trying to unmute you, Nestor. I think you got to do something on your side too. Yeah, still waiting. We'll come back to you, Nestor, if you're not able to unmute. Give you another chance in a bit. Okay, there you go, Nestor. Hello.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Appreciate the time. I'd like to add to Jill's comments. SGV was also dismissed because they failed to list that arborist as the pruning specialist that's going to address other concerns for the wildlife and the tree life. As you can see on the letter that Resource has submitted, they're clearly not knowledgeable on the specs, as they also missed the addendum 2 and the 5 regarding the unit pricing that they address. They need to understand that their protest has no merit. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Sorry, yeah, it's just I want to suggest to the city that, like other cities, you guys should put in your specs clause. Contractors raising nuisance protest should be flagged and not allowed to be participate in future projects, as they do hurt the city's intent of fixing on remodeling the project that you guys are working on. Thank you.
All right, Nestor, thank you for joining us. Let's go to Chase Tinsley. Go ahead, Chase, from Resource Environmental.
Good evening. My name is Chase Tinsley. I'm with Resource Environmental. I'm the Director of Bids and Project Administration. I want to point out a few things that have been said most recently by representatives of UEI. Jill DePledge, she said that she read a part from the notice of bidders where it tells you what kind of bids you need to, what kind of licenses you need to bid. She mentions the A, the B, the C21, the C22, and that's correct, but she fails to read the very next line. The very next line says, review all certifications inside of the technical specifications for the required certificates of the project. That's where you find the RRP certification. She mentions that SVG will not get, would not have been able to get licensed in time. It's been 3 months since this bid. They would have definitely had time. And it should be noted that UEI went and got their certificate after they saw our protest. UEI didn't have the certificate for over 2 years. We talked to the EPA. They've engaged in this kind of work during that 2 years. That's incredible. The fact that you also have Nestor saying that nuisance protests, it should be noted that UEI protested resource first in 3rd place. So if anyone's doing a nuisance protest, it's a UEI. There's been a lot of talk from people that are not involved directly with the protests about the trees and the importance and how glad they are that it's talked about so much in the staff report. Everyone should be aware that UEI's line item for the trees is the lowest out of all the bidders at $30,000. Resource is $190,000 for protecting the trees. We took that report very seriously. As far as the trimming, I mean, I think we have 89 trees that we're trimming, and if you read that report, it says that every tree within that drip line has to be trimmed. It's impossible to do that for $30,000. UEI is taking shortcuts. In fact, the $60,000 was listed for another bidder that used the exact same subcontractor. And how is UEI at $30,000? And remember, resources at $190,000. Another thing to point out is, aside from all that, is quite frankly, we're the only contractor in the top 3 that did everything correct. We listed all the required subcontractors. We followed public contract code. We had all required licenses. We had all required certifications. We are more than qualified, and we've had no unfair advantages. It makes absolutely no sense that the city is taking this position, and it's actually quite disconcerting. I don't have anything else to say. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Chase. And I see Jill with your hand up, Jill, but we only allow 1 bite at the apple during public comment. So does anyone who hasn't spoken yet have the desire to speak? Please raise your hand. Okay. Not seeing anyone raising their hand. We'll go ahead and close public comment and go through some of the questions that came up. Mike Owen asked if the city has yet hired an arborist on staff.
So,
I didn't set
Mr.
him up
Mayor,
to- Yes.
we have not hired a arborist. We have a number of arborists that are available through our on-call contracts. The arborist in this case was Denise Duffy and Associates. They did the tree surveys before, and they will be under contract with the city to do the inspections and make sure that the trimming is done properly and the right trees are removed, the ones that went to the Planning Commission and got permits for removal. There's, along with the trees, there's a question about, what trees were going to be removed. This was not a tree removal project. It's a building removal project. So the only trees that are being removed are ones that are not going to be able to live with the soil remediation in close proximity to the buildings where lead has contaminated the soil and the soil has to be removed. So those were the ones that were identified for removal.
Brian, on that point, which trees will be cut? About how many trees will need to be cut due to soil contamination or other reasons?
I was in a staff report.
10,
here.
20, 100?
34, and And then I think there was a couple more that we had to go back for, so
Approximately 34 trees.
34, yes.
Okay. As far as animal protection, whether it be trapping prior to demonstration or tree surveys for nests, bats, etc., what kind of animal protections are there?
There will be surveys to identify any nesting birds, any animals that are in there before.
Okay. And then reclaimed water, is that a possibility for use during dust abatement?
I expect that the contractor will be obtaining a water meter from Marina Coast Water District and pulling from whatever hydrants that are designated to provide the water for the project.
Can we assume that'll be potable water then?
It's whatever's in their fire water system.
At that location, right? Near that location.
I would
Like the high
expect they
school
would,
probably or something.
I would
Uh,
expect that they were trying to get it from close to the job.
Okay. Now, do you or Lane know if that's typically potable or typically reclaimed water at that in that area?
I don't believe the reclaimed water is to that area yet.
All right. And then who will oversee this project, particularly on the city side?
We have Wallace Group. They've been the project manager up through design, and they will be doing the inspection of this project. It's the same consultant team that oversaw the removal and demolition of the stockade.
Okay. Are the workers going to have the necessary certifications, and will there be any language barriers that might cause issues?
Yes, they will. The contractor will be submitting their certifications, and we've already verified licenses and a number of certifications with the contractors. There will have to be somebody on the contractors team that can speak and converse to take direction from city staff.
All right. Did anyone note questions that I have not addressed? Those are all that I wrote down. I have a couple of questions coming from all the public comment that were comments, mainly by the different bidding firms. But my first question is, were all the licenses in place at bid time?
For all the contractors or for the one that's recommended?
Let's just talk about the one that was recommended.
We verified the licenses that were listed to be that they had to have at the time of bidding.
Okay, and then UE, Unlimited Environmental said that in section 2.4, certification, not licenses, I guess, but certification is required prior to the start of work. Is that accurate? What 2.4 says?
That is what it says, and they have that RRP certification.
Okay, so when Sean said that the recommended bidder didn't have a license at bid time, is that something that you agree or disagree with?
They have the licenses.
Okay.
So I think there was some equating of licenses and certifications there.
Okay, so between you and Lane and our city attorney, is this whole issue about licenses versus certifications? Or do we have a confusion about which ones are required before work starts versus what's required at the time of bidding?
I think Heidi Quinn, our attorney, should answer that question.
Thank you, City Manager and Mayor and members of the council. I mean, the evidence before you today is really the various bid protest letters that you've received, and then the correspondence from, let me make sure I have the name right, Mr. Dowding that he referenced. That letter was provided to the City Council. So you should have been familiar with the arguments that Resource is making regarding the licensing versus the certification.
Last question I have based on public comment. It was asserted that specs are not being adhered to. Are there any specs that our staff or our staff or consultants are aware of? Any specs that are not being adhered to?
No, not that I'm aware of.
All right, that's all that I had. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to ask, probably Brian, what would you say is the estimated cost for taking down 30 trees? Is it 30,000 or is it 5 times that? That seems like a big discrepancy.
Well, per their bid, it would be $30,000. That's what they would be compensated for the tree trimming.
Right. But we've engaged in tree removals. And so what's an estimate for taking down a tree?
I haven't gotten estimates for that type of removal myself. So
Okay. And just out of curiosity for me, do we do soil testing for trees that are near buildings? Because I think we've found in the past that sometimes trees that are near a potential takedown site or building site, but mostly takedown, I guess, sometimes those can be preserved because we've done soil testing and found that they really can stay maintained.
yes, we have done the soil testing near the buildings, and that's what the arborist was on board to identify. Given the distance of impact of that removal and the root structure of the trees that were near the buildings, and that is how they identify the trees that would have to be removed.
Okay, so they're pretty much all 100% probably needing to be taken down, sounds like.
Yeah, it was 34, and then the 3 more were added when it went back to the planning commission after we had discovered that we'd have to go a little bit deeper on the soil. So.
Okay, thank you. And
Any more questions or comments before we go to a vote?
Can I just make one comment? So my question about the cost of taking down a tree really is not the main focus, and I understand that we're talking about the issues, not this kind of issue. It was just because a comment was made about it. So I understand we're talking about certifications and that kind of thing. So thank you.
All right.
Mayor,
Yes, Lane.
Heidi Quinn just made me aware of that we received a letter from UEI's attorney late this afternoon that we haven't made available to the council. And if you want, Heidi could at least read that letter or go over some of the highlights of that letter.
I think the highlights would be better than reading the entire.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you, members of council. I'm sorry, I thought that this letter had been forwarded to you. We did offer unlimited environmental the opportunity to respond. So basically, they made 3 points in the letter. We can make this part of the record, that as to resources assertion that unlimited environmental lacks the RRP certification. They said that, so United Environmental said they addressed this issue in responding to the original bid protest that would be included in the packet, and nothing has changed. And that resources assertion that the RRP certification was required at the time of bid is wrong, as it was not required in the bid specifications for the City Parks Barrack and Cyclonals Building Blight Removal 2022 project. And Resource has confused licensure with RRP certification. Unlimited Environmental then quotes from the city specifications that say all contractors submitting bids must have a valid, as of the date of bid opening, a California Class A or B contractor's license. Hazardous materials abatement shall be completed by a licensed C22B contractor's license. Or Business and Professions Code section 7058 asbestos certified and DOSH registered. Building demolition shall be completed by a C21 licensed contractor as required on this contract. So Unlimited Environmental Incorporated holds at the time of the bid, they held those licenses, and there was no mention of the RRP certification in the listing of the licenses required. Let's see. I know it's late for me to be reading the letter. Again, Unlimited or talks about the fact that the certifications are required before work can start, and they quote from the technical specifications. So these materials are in your board packet. We have the notice of instructions to bidder that has all the licenses required, and then we have the submittal requirements that list the certifications in there that are required before work can begin. UEI also touches briefly on the city did not waive SVD's licensing issues. This was also brought up by the speakers. And the last assertion is that UEI's clerical errors, they don't confer non-waivable advantages. So basically, UEI is addressing the issue that, again, these were all raised in REI's initial bid protest. And so UEI is saying that this did not make their bid materially different. So it's basically the same information that was submitted in your packet as to the different bid protests and responses that the city received, and is referencing the instructions to bidders and the specifications.
All right, thank you very much, Heidi. Any more questions from council before we move to a vote? Then Anita, if we could have a roll call, please.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen.
Is there a motion actually made?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Motion that I motioned the rundown of the 5
Yes.
staff request actions.
Perfect. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Councilmember Burnett.
Yes.
Councilmember Berkeley.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala.
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. So thank you, everyone. That motion passes 5-0. And
Hold on.
Brian,
Can I give my vote?
I thought you said yes. I apologize. Councilmember Medina Dirksen.
Yes.
all right. Thank you, everyone, with the 5-0 unanimity. Can't say that word. But Brian, thank you, and everyone that helped out. The sooner we get these buildings down, of course, the better, for a lot of reasons. So Godspeed. Okay, Lane, is it appropriate to launch into Preston Park?
Yes, I think we can be pretty quick. Actually, we debated on whether to put it on consent calendar. It's pretty much status quo. So Matt has just a really brief highlight of it, but I think we can get them both, Preston and
Okay.
Abrams, done.
Let me ask Heidi and Matt, is there any way we can combine these two?
Actually, Mr. Mayor, we do have basically one presentation we were just going to pause in the middle of, so you could take a vote on Abrams Park and then move on to Preston.
Yeah.
But if
Thank you.
Heidi concurs, we could also probably do them both at the end, both motions.
Through the mayor, I would keep the motion separate, but it sounds like you're just doing one presentation. I think that would be appropriate.
Okay, so halfway through, we'll take a vote on Abrams, and then at the end, we'll take another vote. We'll take a separate vote on Preston. That was your plan, Matt?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Heidi.
And so thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. We will try to move fast to make this somewhat interesting. It's talking about budgets at 10:20 at night. So Victor is with me here tonight. He has put together some highlights of last year's accomplishments, revenues, and expenditure performances, and also some of the projects that are going to be we're going to be looking at doing for this next year. So I'm going to go ahead and turn over to Victor. But before I do that, though, I'll mention that in preparation of this budget this year, it was proposed by the first slate was proposed by the Gray Star staff, who works daily with our projects there, so they know it inside and out. After city staff went through it with them a couple of times, we sat down with the tenants association and get their feedback and answer their questions and comments as well. So this is the product we have to show you tonight. So go ahead, Victor.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, dedicated staff. Matt, would you mind inviting Summer to the panelists?
Yeah. And do you have the presentation or you need me to show it, Victor?
I have it.
Okay.
My name is Victor Voca. I'm the business manager for Abrams Park and Preston Park, and I'm here to present the proposed budget for the fiscal year 22 to 2023. And so we'll start with Abrams Park. So we'll go over the asset makeup, the Gray Star Key Associates, the 22-23 budget process recap, current period market review, recent accomplishments, and in reviewing the budget, we'll go over revenue, expenses, capital expenditures, and owner distribution as well. So Abrams B is 194 residential units owned by the city of Marina, leased to Abrams B nonprofit corporations. Of those 194 units, 96 of those are two-bedrooms. 56 of those are market rate apartment homes, 7 of which have Section 8 vouchers, and 33 are below market rate homes. Of the 4 bedrooms, we have 98 total apartment homes, 57 being market rate homes, 2 being having Section 8 vouchers, and
Excuse me,
39.
Victor, can you Victor, can you zoom in so we can see better?
I think, Victor, you're in a presentation mode on our end. So
let's see what's the best way.
That's good. If you can blow that up.
Can you see that?
Not very well because it's small.
let me go ahead and display it, Victor, if you want.
Thank you. Oh.
Thank you, Matt.
Up to here.
There we go. So the Gray
I'm
Star.
sorry to beat a dead horse, but can you enlarge it a little bit, Matt? Okay.
How's that?
I think that might work. Thank you.
Is that better?
Yeah, you ready?
Okay, so the Gray Star Key Associates, we have Summer Perkins, who's our director of real estate, who's on the panel list with me. My name is Victor Voca. I'm the business manager. David Jones is our construction project manager. And Octavio Verdesco is our regional maintenance manager. So as far as the 22-23 annual budget process, the budget was submitted to the city on July 1st. We met with the city management about 3 times to review and revise, and we're here today to present this to the council. So for the fiscal year 21-22, the market review, the average physical occupancy for Abrams Park was 99.6%. And so the average rent per square foot is $1.37 for in-place residents. Abrams Park is currently occupied at 99.48%, with an average of $1.60 per square foot for incoming market rate residents. Some of our recent accomplishments in the last year, we had some major street repairs that were completed on Ingman Court, which included asphalt repair, concrete repair, and also sidewalk repair. Mailboxes were replaced throughout or are scheduled to be replaced throughout the property. Concrete repairs were done throughout the community, as well as tree trimming and gutter cleaning as well. The roofs are scheduled to be inspected in late August. And so,
sorry.
That's okay. For the fiscal year 21-22, the budget performance, fiscal year 21-22 budget includes $3,683,230 in total revenue versus the fiscal year 21-22 forecast of $3,694,737, resulting in 11,506 positive variance. Further, fiscal year 21-22 includes $1,237,490 in total operating expenses versus the fiscal year 21-22 forecast of $1,140,345, resulting in a 97,145 positive variance. So the 22-23 fiscal budget year review revenue will be going over Abrams Park unit type composition, targeted rental increase, and projected revenue. So the types of rent for Abrams Park is one of them is affordable units. So that's based upon 50% 60%, and 80% of the median income for Monterey County. Section 8, vouchers for difference between families' income and maximum rents set by Monterey County Housing Authority. Market, in-place tenants set according to the formula, and new move-ins in accordance with current market rents. So Abrams market rents for in-place residents, the annual rent increase is the lesser of 3% or CPIU for February to February increase. This year it's 3%. So the average two-bedroom in-place rent is $1,564, and the average market rent for new move-ins is $1,933, leaving an average differential of $369. And then so the proposed increases for in-place residents will be based upon their current rental amount. For our 4-bedroom in-place residents, the average rent for in-place rents or residents is $2,206, and the average market rent for new move-ins is $2,560, leaving an average differential of $354. And again, the proposed increase for these in-place residents will be based on the current rental amount. So review of the 22-23 budget revenue, the proposed budget resulted in a 1.3% or $47,728 increase in total income due to targeted rental increases and achieving market rents upon turnover. Other income was based on fiscal year 21-22 actuals, which include pet fees, damage fees, application fees, late NSF fees, and interest income. The expenses, 22-23 fiscal budget versus 21-22 fiscal budget variances. Payroll, 11.7%. This increase in proposed budget over estimated budget is due to open positions in the 21-22 fiscal year. It also assumes annual merit increases of 3% and an increase in tax and benefit costs. Utilities, an increase of 10.8%. The 22-23 was budgeted based upon the 21-22 actuals with a 10% increase. Repairs and maintenance, 9.7%. The increase in the proposed budget over estimated budget is due to inflation. Contract services, 53.4%. The increases in proposed budget over estimated budget is due to the nightly courtesy patrol in the new budget year, plus a 10% increase in pest control and landscaping contracts. Administrative and other admin is a 2.3% decrease in the proposed budget over estimated budget due to reducing costs in several categories. Non-routine replacement, 120% increase. Proposed budget moved all replacements from capital to routine replacement. And additionally, HVAC replacements increased from 4 total units to 8 total units for the fiscal year of 22-23. The capital improvement plan. So the reserve fund is set in accordance with reserve recommendations. And some of the projects may include trip hazard mitigation, tree trimming, asphalt crack seal, and slurry coat, and lighting additions throughout the property. The capital project phasing is under review. And lastly, the owner distributions mirror the previous year's distributions, which is set by the city of Marina. Do we have any questions on the Abrams Park?
Yes, Victor, thank you very much for that. And stand by for these questions, starting with Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen.
Thank you, Victor. I'm quite impressed with what you've presented today. So I want to say thank you. It's quite comprehensive. Did you factor in, we looked at the market rate prices for our rentals. Did you factor in at all how many people are paying below market rentals and what that is costing our city for not being at market?
We have done an analysis of that in the past of what that differential is, what the actual differential is between in-place residents and what the current market rate is. I don't have that number off the top of my head, but I can definitely get that to you.
No, that's definitely something we'd like to explore, because there are people who are on a different tiered rate. Is that correct? There's a 3% cap on what we can raise versus the state, as landlords, the state allows us up to 10%. I'd love to see in future calculations how many people are paying well below market that have been grandfathered in.
I have reports on that. I can forward those to you.
Yeah, I think that's that would give us a good idea as landlords, which we are, who are subsidizing under old grandfathered arrangements. I do have another question, but I will defer.
Thank you, Christina. Any more questions at this time? All right, we can entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, not to interrupt, I'm sorry, but maybe we'd ask the city attorney if it's appropriate to go to the public between the two as well.
Oh, yes, I forgot about public comment. Let's go to Les Martin. Thank you, Matt. Go ahead, Les.
Oh, yes, thank you. I would say to Christina, I would think everybody's living below market rate at those rates, but it was a very good brief. I rode around on my bike through those areas like Saturday, and I say the Preston apartments were really impressive with the paint job. That was very obvious, and I see in the report that they were painted this past year. The Abrams, the Abrams was different. Some neighborhoods were really, really nice, and there was one, the 17th Regiment Court, which is right behind the Nancy Dodd Center, looked so bad. I was like, wow, what is wrong with it? Is this place something different about it that it looks so bad? But I see they're going to paint those in the coming 2 years, so that's a really good thing. And there's one other thought I had. The community homeless solutions homes they have there on Whitmire Court, those homes are not being maintained, and they look really bad. And I don't know if we want to keep those at the same standard as the rest of the Preston Park community, but people that live close by are going to have this really bad look in their neighborhood. So I just thought I'd point those two things out, but the report was very, very nice. Good to see they're making a profit. Thank you.
Thank you, Les. Let's go to Denise Turley. Welcome, Denise.
Hi. So friendly comment to Les. If you're going to talk about Preston and Abrams, be sure that the properties you mentioned, 2 of them don't belong to Preston and Abrams, even though they are geographically within Preston and Abrams. Second of all, I will just make the comment that the market surveying that was done was full of terrible errors, like a survey completely missing for 4-bedroom units and severe mathematical orders on the 3-bedroom units. And I found city staff helpful and Gray Star staff helpful with a little prodding. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. Now let's go to Tommy Balea. Welcome back, Tommy.
Hey, good evening again. Yeah, I ride my bike through those areas. I mean, they got a lot more than my neighborhood does. I mean, they got nice parks, dog parks. My gosh. And man, if you're operating that as a nonprofit, my God, I mean, nonprofit, I mean, you guys don't pay any taxes. You guys are exempt from property tax. Oh my God. You guys must be making a ton of money. And now you want to create a bond for me. You're the biggest landlord in the city. And I'm somewhat appalled by the low Section 8. I mean, I can understand they're at a lower market, they only pay so much, but my God, it's not like, okay, it's a little less income, but even out the neighborhood a little bit. I mean, everybody's looking for housing, but I guess you're looking for a certain type of housing. I mean, we've got enough homeless. I mean, I don't know. Now that I see I'm starting to see the whole picture. It's not a cloud anymore. You're making all this income tax-free, no property tax, nothing. I'm assuming all the expenses can be written off somehow. I mean, why not all of Marina be like a nonprofit? I mean, that's very creative. I got to give you a word on that. You're very creative. This has got to be one of the most creative projects I've ever heard of. But those neighborhoods look nice. I got to recommend that. You're doing something right, but my gosh, to say who lives there and who doesn't, or what income they make, I mean, my God, it's not like it's costing you anything. I mean, it's all profit. Yeah, there's expenses, but nothing's free. I mean, help me help you. see this picture. I mean, it's great that you do have something like this, but my gosh, I mean, you're making a ton of money and then you want to raise my taxes, create a bond for my property tax. Sure, I'm going to be I start asking questions. Now I'm going to be more thorough because the more I know, the more I understand. And when I don't know what it says or what it means, I find out what it means. I mean, I'd be more than happy to look at your financial statements for the city. I mean, don't think I wouldn't be interested in it. I mean, if I dug this deep, I couldn't imagine what else I would find. I mean, help me help you. I mean, you guys are making a ton of money and then you want to create more income. I mean, you want to build all this new build out. I mean, granted, I mean, I understand how the system works now. I'm starting to get the full picture. I'm starting to understand the closed session meetings, and we're only allowed to know so much. Okay. But somewhere I'm going to find out because I talk, or actually I listen because people are talking, just neighbors, whatever. And you tend to find out stuff. But I mean, if you're going to operate that as a nonprofit, why don't you operate the whole city as a nonprofit? That's a question. Why don't you just operate the whole city as a nonprofit? I mean, that's a deal of a lifetime. You inherited all that property. My gosh, you guys are way ahead of the ball game. I don't know. We need to know what your long-term strategy is on the city because somehow we're not part of it. We just want to know what you're going to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tommy. All right, let's go to Elizabeth Vischer. Hello, Elizabeth.
Good evening, everybody. This is Lisbeth. Just a few questions. I would like to know, is the city making a profit there or is the city losing money on the rents they charge? And would there be room for a rent survey so that the city can optimize their investment in being landlords there? So thank you very much.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Let's go to Paula Pillow. Welcome, Paula. Yes, go ahead and unmute if you could, Paula.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, so just to answer a few things and respond to a few things that were just said, the city is not losing money on the rentals out here. The city in Preston, there's a debt service that's paid above and beyond whatever the operating expenses are and the set-asides and reserves for capital improvements. And that's, I think, $1.512 million a year it's paid. And then on top of that, the city gets $1.75 million to go into the general fund, which benefits the city in general. It's not coming back to the property. And we're setting aside reserves as well every year to pay down the interest-only loan so that when we refinance that with a property, we can get a better rate for a lower amount of money for something that's fully amortized. So as far as the rent differential that was brought up, and I think it was part of the PowerPoint, it showed about a $300 to $400 difference in the average between the two. That does not factor in the water, sewer, garbage. So that's this year, that's like another $157, so that you have to take that away from there. So it's not as large a disparity as you might think. And the disparity has been created because the resolution that was passed years ago, 2010, was a 3% cap at that time. And up until this last year, the CPI was only about 3%. That's what it was, or lower. So we had—
Excuse me, Paula. Paula, can you pause just for a moment and then we'll continue? I'll motion that we go to 11:15.
Second.
We have a roll call, please, Anita.
Councilmember Burnett,
Yes.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Berkeley,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biella,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Go ahead, please, Paula.
Yeah, so what I was saying is what we failed to do back in 2010 was implement vacancy control, which means that when a unit turns over, the reset rent is limited to whatever the percentage that is assigned. And so that's how rents started to run away here and create this disparity. Plus, there was a natural thing that happened many, many years ago, and most people who are sitting here on the council or the public are not aware of this, wherein rents were raised a standard flat amount instead of a percentage of existing rents. So everybody got, whatever, $35 or $50 a month rent increase, which put the burden more on the lower end, older and smaller units versus the larger ones. So this disparity was created over the years. So I don't know if that answers all the questions, but I was hearing that, the city's making some sort of monster profits off of this, and we're not, but we are paying a lot of bills. We are sending a lot of money. And in Abrams Park in particular, there is a bond. One of the reasons why for years we've not been able to do a lot of the projects that we wanted to do to upgrade things like the roofs that had blue tarps on them for some long time because roofs were leaking, the doors and windows, is because we have a bond that was taken out in order to purchase Abrams from Fora. And in addition to the purchase, about I don't know, I'm trying to think, it was maybe $7 million more was taken out on that bond that rents from there are paying now that had nothing to do with Abrams, but are for projects that happened in the city, like the traffic calming, the teen center, some upgrades in Vince DiMaggio Park, purchase of a fire engine, all sorts of other things. So the city is using the properties well. The city is not losing money. We are maintaining an asset. And so that's all I have to say for now. Maybe when we come back on more comments, I'll have more to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paula, and for your years of leadership in the won't rent areas too, but Preston and Abrams Park for residents. Let's go to John LaRocco. Hello, John. Welcome.
Hello, Mayor. How you doing? It's a great presentation again. Good to know. I didn't actually know that Marina owned that property. What I'm a couple of questions. And thank you for the last person who gave clarity on operating budget and so forth for those units. One question I have is how quickly or the debt service will be paid, and over how many years, and then after it is paid, what are we expecting for revenue for the general fund? And then kind of backing up to the question a couple of people ago, which was how much of the funds that are received are going towards things like the or would go towards things like the bond. That's it.
All right, John, when you said how much money would go to the bond, which bond do you mean to refer?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. The proposed bond that would be coming forward. Oh, and then the current bond that we have right now, is that managed and maintained by the revenue currently from Abrams, or is it spread across to other homeowners?
And which current bond do you mean, John?
I'm sorry. My understanding is, and I think I heard that there was a current bond with respect to those properties.
Okay, maybe the
Abrams
bond.
Abrams.
Yes, it's the Abrams B bond.
Yeah. Who's responsible for that bond? Is it the whole city and all of the residents, or is it just being paid for out of the Abrams income? And then the other bond I was referring to is the one that's on the ballot that will be on the ballot that we've postponed, for the $50 million bond.
Okay. Thank you very much, John.
Thanks.
All right. Anyone else wishing to speak before we close public comments? All right. We'll close public comment. Elizabeth asked something that Paula did speak to, Lane and, well, talk Juan Lopez. Is there a profit or a loss going on with the rents coming from Abrams and Preston?
Both Preston and Abrams, they were purchased by the city for a lot of different reasons, but one of the reasons was to diversify our revenues that come to the general fund. And so Abrams Park contributes about roughly $450,000 a year to the general fund, but it also pays the Abrams B bond, which one, I have to get that amount, but it's about 750,000. And I probably is at least another 15 years before it's paid off. One can give that, but the Abrams B bond, that at that point in time when the city took that bond, it just had a lot of infrastructure cost in the city that the general fund just didn't support. And so that was an asset the city had, and it leveraged that asset, issued the Abrams B bond. And about $9 million went into funding infrastructure improvements elsewhere in the city. So Abrams B does generate a positive cash flow to the city. The city over the past few years has gone on an aggressive campaign to repair that capital infrastructure, because those properties are important for our long-term revenue diversification plan of the city. And so we put a lot of money into repairing the facilities, new roofs, new painting, new windows, doors, and we're continuing to do that. And so the other part of that is the city has not increased any of the contributions to the general fund from Abrams Park right now. Since I've been here, it has just been flat. It's probably flat before that. And the reason is we're pumping the rent revenue back into the project to make repairs and really upgrade the project and make it nice. Now, Preston Park, I know we're about, it's the same thing. Preston Park is the same way, except that Preston contributes a little over $1.7 million to the general fund. And again, when the council purchased that property from Fora, they purchased it for about $36 million. And a large part of that decision was that Preston Park will help to generate revenue for the general fund. Now, the loan on Preston Park, it cost $36 million. The city didn't have the money to do that. So the loan on it is an interest-only loan. And that loan essentially has a balloon payment that is due on 2026. And at the time when the city took out that loan, we were hoping to get a regular amortization type loan to where when we paid off the loan in 30 years, we had completely owned the project. But at that point in time, interest rates spiked and the project didn't generate enough revenue to be able to pay a regular amortization loan. So all that we could afford was an interest only loan. But as Victor kind of mentioned, we are on a schedule, and the goal was to have $10 million set aside, which we're not only on target for that, but I think we'll probably be on target for maybe $12 million, so that in 2025, when we go out to the market and start looking at a new amortization loan for the project, we'll have at least 10 million that we'll be able to buy down that $36 million loan to $26 million. And so we'll definitely be able to get an amortization loan. And so both those projects are financially in good shape. They both contribute to the general fund. We are putting a lot of money back into the capital improvements and infrastructure of those projects, and are going to continue that. We have a long-term schedule that guarantees that. Matt spends a lot of time working on those schedules. So I think that answers those finance questions, Mayor.
Okay, Juan, can you confirm how many years left we have on the loan payoff?
Yeah, as Lane mentioned, the Preston Park interest-only loan does have a balloon payment that's due in 2026. For the Abrams bond, it's called a bond, but it's essentially a mortgage. Just kind of think of it that way, because I know I don't want to mix the terminology with our general obligation bond that we have out there, as well as the bond that was tied to this property. That will mature in 2036, so that one's fully amortized. So it would be, paid off in full in 2036. As far as I think the question was around the general obligation bond and the Abrams bond, the two shall not mix. We won't commingle those funds. So Abrams is a fully amortized bond, or essentially a mortgage, that's a self-sustaining property. So like Lane said, it actually sends money. It generates a profit, about $420,000 every year that we send from Abrams to the general fund. So it helps our city operations. That's not charged to any specific, it's not like a general obligation bond where you're going to see it on your property taxes. It's fully supported by operations at the property. And for the new general obligation bond, the two shall not mix. The general obligation bond will not be paid from Abrams and vice versa. They're just two separate pieces of debt, essentially. So nobody from the general public who own any homeowners are supporting Abrams in that way. That Abrams bond, that Abrams debt. So I think that maybe clarified it.
All right, stay tuned, Juan. I think we have more questions for you, but Victor, did you have any input?
I think they covered it pretty well.
All right, Juan, in 2036, when the debt is paid off, the mortgage bond, the mortgage essentially for Abrams B, John asked if there'd be more dollars going to the general, more revenue to the general fund.
Yeah, so let me check really quickly. I can't remember how much that debt service is every year, but I can get you that number. Potentially, yeah, that money that would be going towards debt service would be available for it available to us.
735 currently, so
yeah,
735,000.
Can you repeat that, please, Matt?
$735,000 currently goes to debt service.
So we spend $735,000 out of the Abrams rent every year to pay off the Abrams mortgage bond, essentially. Is that correct?
That's correct.
$735,000 will be available to put elsewhere once we're done paying it to the debt service. Okay. Trying to look through John's numbers. The source of funds to pay the Abrams B bond, of course, that's the Abrams rent, right?
Correct.
Okay. Yes. Okay. I think that's it. Did anyone note any questions that haven't been answered?
Yeah.
Oh, Elizabeth asked, has there been a rent survey to maximize revenue?
Yeah, I'll jump on that one real quick. There is a survey included with the report. It's attachment B. And that was referred to also by Denise that there were some errors in it. So we'll look at that closer after this. And these surveys are updated once a month, right, Victor? So we'll just make sure we catch those. Yeah. Another question that I noted that might be helpful for the public to understand is Section 8 rents. So the way Section 8 works is Victor might be able to tell us the total number, but we do have quite a few within the properties. And we get fair market value basically for those as a whole. So we get a voucher plus the tenant pays a portion, and it comes out to be what the fair market rent would be. Do you know how many we have, Victor?
We had the breakdown on that last slide of total at Abrams. And then on the new slide for Preston, we'll go over those numbers as well.
I think it was in the single digits or something, right? It's like, yeah, not many.
Not many at Abrams.
I believe it's 9 based on the information I have, but I missed that. Oh, I see. Yeah, so why don't we have more? We don't limit them. It's just the vouchers that come to us, correct, Victor?
We don't limit them, and we also so at Preston we have 34.
Well, Perhaps that's a good segue if the council wants to act on the first one.
Yes, so would someone like to make a motion on?
I'll make a motion on item 11B that we adopt resolution number 2022 and resolution to be decided and resolution number 2022 NPC approving the Abrams B housing area budget for fiscal year 2022 to 2023 and authorize the finance director to make appropriate accounting and budgetary entries, including making the adjustments of the errors that were in the report.
Second.
Right, Nita, can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
Yes.
Councilmember Berkeley,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes, all right, let's proceed with the rest of the presentation regarding Preston.
Okay, so this is the budget proposal for Preston Park. We're gonna go through the same agenda as Abrams Park. You can go to the next, there you go. So Preston Park is 354 residential units owned by the city of Marina, leased to Preston Park Sustainable Community Nonprofit Corporation. Of those 354, 229 are two-bedroom apartment homes, with 182 being market rate homes, 14 having Section 8 vouchers, and 34 being below market rate homes. Of those numbers, the 3 bedrooms are 125 total, 89 of which are market rate homes, 20 of which have Section 8 vouchers, and 16 are below rate market rate homes. Below rate homes. The same staff is oversees both of them. Again, we submitted the budget on July 1st. We met with the city management 3 times, and we're here today to present the Preston 22-23 budget. So the 21-22 fiscal year market review, the average physical occupancy for Preston Park was 98.3%. The average rent per square foot is $1.60 for in-place residents. Preston Park is currently 99.15% occupied with an average of $1.77 per square foot for incoming market rate residents. And so some recent accomplishment at Preston Park, some of the upgrades that we were able to do, as mentioned in the comments, the entire property had the exterior building sealed and painted throughout the entire property. Gutter cleaning, tree trimming is completed. New mailboxes were installed. Trip hazard removal was completed throughout the property. And roof repair inspections will be completed in late August. And so for the fiscal year 21-22 budget performance, the fiscal year 21-22 budget includes $7,211,713 in total revenue versus the fiscal year 21-22 forecast of $7,291,083, resulting in a $79,370 positive variance. Further, fiscal year 21-22 budget includes $1,750,520 in total operating expenses versus the fiscal year 21-22 forecast of $1,754,289, resulting in a $3,769 negative variance. And then so the 22-23 budget review for the revenue, we'll be looking at the Preston Park unit type composition, target rental increase, and projected revenue. So types of rents for Preston Park are the same as Abrams, affordable units based upon 50%, 60%, and 80% of the median income for Monterey County. Section 8 vouchers for difference between family income and maximum rent set by Monterey County Housing Authority. And market, in-place tenants set according to the formula, new move-ins in accordance with current market rents. And so Preston Park market rate rents for in-place residents, the rent formula is the same as Abrams, where the annual rent increase is to be lesser at 3% or CPIU for the February to February increase. This year, 3%. The average in-place rent for the 2-bedroom floor plan is $1,674. The average market rent for new move-ins is $2,240, leaving an average difference of $566. And again, the proposed increase for in-place residents is based upon their current rental amount. For the 3-bedroom floor plans for in-place market rents, the average in-place rent is $2,147. The average market rent for new move-ins is 2681. So that average difference is about 534. And again, the proposed increase for in-place residents is based upon their current rental amount. And then so the fiscal year 22-23 budget review, when it comes to the revenue, the proposed budget results in a 1.8% or $128,666 increase in total income due to targeted rental increases and achieving market rents upon turnover. Other income was based upon fiscal year 21-22 actuals, which includes pet fees, damage fees, application fees, late NSF fees, and interest income. The expenses, the 22-23 fiscal budget versus the 21-22 fiscal budget variances. Payroll 9.5%. The increase in proposed budget over estimated budget is due to the open positions in 21-22 fiscal year. It also assumes the annual merit increase of 3% and increase in tax and benefit costs. Contract services 32.8%. This increase is due to additions of nightly courtesy patrol plus a 10% increase in pest control and landscape contracts. Utilities 9.8%. The budget was based upon the 21-22 actuals with a 10% increase. Redecorating 0.6%. The budget based upon the 21-22 actuals with a slight increase in turnover year over year. Repairs and maintenance 4.3%. The increase is proposed budget over the estimated budget is due to inflation. Administrative 2.6% decrease. The decrease in proposed budget over estimated budget is due to reducing costs in several categories. Management fees 2.7%. The increase is due to increase in total income. Non-routine maintenance is 56.8%. The proposed budget moved all replacements from capital to routine replacements. Additionally, HVAC replacements were increased from 4 total units to 8 total units for fiscal year 22-23. The capital improvement program. So the reserve fund is set in accordance with these reserve recommendations. Projects may include the resident community center upgrades, parking expansion additions, lighting additions throughout the property. The capital project phasing is still under review. And lastly, the owner distributions mirror the same as the previous year's distributions set by the city of Marina. Do we have any questions?
Yes, excellent job, Victor. I know that you sped up a little bit because of time, but great presentations. Thank you for all the time it took to prepare this. It's a lot of information, numbers. So to make this slide presentation as thorough, but easy for us to follow, it takes effort and good skills. Well, thank you, Victor, very much. I have one question. Public comment mentioned that although there's a discrepancy between in-place units and move-in rental amounts per month, that's a little skewed due to the higher cost of sewage, water, etc. Does that affect the discrepancy, or is it applied evenly to move-ins and in-place residents?
When it comes to the utility offset, that's applied for in-place residents.
Can you explain that?
So when we set the rates on what the maximum we can go is based upon the fair market rents, and we take that fair market rent and we deduct the average cost for trash, water, utilities, and so that number comes to. Let's see if I have it up here. So for let's see, for Abrams Park, that number was $161.86, and that was water, sewer, garbage to offset the rent. And
Okay,
so that's deducted off of the fair market rent.
Okay, so the $161 for utilities, is that approximately the same as people in Preston would pay?
It's pretty close.
Okay, so it's pretty close. So back to Preston, when we are told there's a $500 plus per month discrepancy between in-place rent payments and new move-in rent payments, how would that $161 modify that 500 plus number? Would it go down or would it go up? I'm confused.
Because we're factoring it in on in-place residents, it would go down.
So instead of 560, let's say 566, I think was the 2-bedroom. So that would become about $400 discrepancy.
Yeah.
2-bedroom
Yeah.
Preston. Okay. All right. So
That's correct.
if I'm in place, I've lived there a long time, I would pay $400 less than someone who just moved in, and that accounts for $161 that I have to pay for utilities that move-in people don't.
Correct.
Okay. All right. That's all I had. Mayor Pro Tem Viola?
Now,
I'm sorry.
to add to that, the 3% increase is only on rents that are below the fair market rent. So once these new move-ins, once their rental amount falls below the fair market rents, then they would be treated the same as in-place residents when it's time for their increase.
So if I am newly moved in at the higher, at the fair market rent, I don't get increased 3% every year?
Only if you may not get an increase until you catch up with the fair market rent.
Okay, so if I'm caught up with fair market rent, I don't pay the 3% or CPI, whichever's lower. But if I'm paying let's say call it a discounted rate, a lower rate, then I will pay the 3% because I'm below fair market value. So I can expect a CPI or 3%, whichever's lower, increase.
You could expect that or up to fair market rent. So if you're like $5 away from the fair market rent, then that I wouldn't be able to recapture that 3%. I would capture whatever I could up to the fair market rent.
I see. You wouldn't go above fair market with the 3%. That makes sense. Okay, let's now go to Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Viola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just two quick things. First, Victor, thank you for this great presentation, succinct and quick and packed full of information. Could we please have the slide presentation sent to our council people, because there's a slight chance that I might have missed something in all your presentation. That's a lot of information. Also, do we consider long-term moving to solar? Is that something we can plan for? Does it make sense for these two properties?
It's something we can definitely look into.
I mean, would you think that it would financially pan out for us long term? Because these are quite a number of buildings, and we pay 10% utilities.
I would think that if we could get the streetlights completely solar, I think we would save quite a bit.
Okay.
I think it would be challenging to add to our capital program to come up with the money to pay for the solar. And again, the electricity is paid by the homeowner. I think that would, and if you're looking at 500 and some units, you're looking at a really big dollar.
Got it.
Okay, let's go to Matt and then Lisa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, at the end of the presentation, my mute button was stuck, so I couldn't finish up something I thought was kind of important for the properties, both of them actually next year. First thing is that we're doing a pretty large capital project on both properties to increase the lighting around within the community for safety purposes and to enhance that for quality of life for the residents. We're also this year instituting a security patrol that's going to come in 4 times a night and keep an eye on things like people parking illegally, loud parties, perhaps things like that. We could have more eyes and ears.
Excuse me.
What kind of a patrol? Was that a security patrol, Matt?
Yeah, I couldn't quite hear your words. Your voice is going in and out.
Oh, really? I'm sorry. I got a new camera here. We've got a new security patrol that's going to go through both communities nightly, about 4 times a night to help us keep on top of things. The other thing we thought was important is that we're increasing the HVAC. I know Victor touched on these things in his presentation. I just wanted to highlight them. We're increasing the HVAC replacement to get rid of all the older units and again, to make it a better, safer environment for residents. I think those are the major things.
Just so you're aware, Matt, there might be something wrong with your computer. Your volume goes up and down, and when it's down, it's hard to hear you.
Really? Okay.
Just started like 2 minutes ago when you started responding. Okay, let's go to Councilmember Lisa Berkeley.
Yes, two things. First, I'd like to make a motion that we go to 11:30 to the
Second.
completion of this
Can we
item.
have a roll call vote, please, Anita?
Are you seconding that?
Seconded it and asked for a vote.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
He's
you're
excited.
muted, but I'll take that as a yes.
Yes.
Councilmember Berkeley,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Viola,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes, please continue, Lisa.
Okay, thank you. I actually was going to make a motion that we adopt resolution number 2022 to be decided and resolution number 22 to be decided PPSC-NPC approving the Preston Park Sustainability Community Nonprofit Corporation Preston Park Housing Area budget for fiscal year 2022-2023 and authorize the finance director to make appropriate accounting and budgetary entries as needed.
Is there a second for that?
Second.
Okay. Let's go to public comment. Anyone wishing to comment on this matter? Let's hold it to 2 minutes because we're running out of time. Let's hear from Elizabeth Vischer. Go ahead, Elizabeth.
Good evening again. Oh, sorry. Good evening again. Just a few questions about the nightly security. Will management receive a daily report? Will all areas, so all courts, be checked 4 times per night or a quarter of the areas once a night? And will tenants be able to contact the security company directly if they have any issues? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Anyone else wishing to comment tonight? All right, John LaRocco, let's go with you next.
Hey, how's it going? Quick comment. What is our current interest rate that we're paying on Preston Park? And I think you said there was a balloon payment that's due in 2026. One question is since interest rates had been historically low over the last few years, why hadn't we looked at potentially refinancing then? And can we potentially look at refinancing now due to potential increase in interest rates, right? They're going up. Also, you said earlier that we were in 2026, we would have roughly $10 million, $10 to $12 million to pay down the debt. So if we can refinance, can we take some of those funds right now to pay towards the debt principal as opposed to just interest? And so that we would have less, we would be paying less interest. That's it.
Thank you, John. Okay, let's go to Paula. Hello, welcome back, Paula.
Okay, so to answer John's question, no, we cannot pay it down now. That's the type of loan that we took out. We have no option other than to refinance it when we can. And we're putting that hopefully maybe as much as 12 million away. We're going to be at, I think, 7 million in reserves this year set aside for it. A couple of things I wanted to mention about the security patrol. We're hoping that this is going to help us move forward with adding additional parking later, because I still believe, although not everybody, the city manager, I don't think is convinced that we still need some parking, but this will help kind of curb some of the problems and put people on notice a little bit. But it's very difficult to do when you have rented and people have an understanding that this is what they're renting, and then that kind of changes on them, the terms kind of change. The other thing is, I want to mention this quickly, is that this disparity between the old and new, it's not just a disparity between the length of tenancy, it's a disparity between the units that are being rented. People who've been here for a long time do not have upgraded units. They don't have stainless steel appliances. They don't have washing machines and dryers. They don't have microwaves, garage door openers, and new flooring. They get repairs and they sometimes get replacements. But so when you're trying to compare these things, they actually are not comparable. So when you go back and start looking at this, that needs to be taken into account. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fox. Okay, anyone else wishing to speak, please raise your hand. All right, we'll close public comment. Will there be a daily report from security patrols, what they've seen and done?
Yeah, our office will receive a daily report.
Will the streets be checked 4 times each per night, or will it be once per night with a quarter being done during the night at one at a time, 1 quarter at a time?
They'll all be checked 4 times.
Will tenants have access to security patrol?
So we currently have an after hours answering service where you can get a live person. And so that would be the appropriate way to report anything to my office, whether it be an emergency after hours, or if you have a concern that requires the security company to come out as opposed to the police department.
Okay, so if I call up the hotline you mentioned, then it would be up to the person who answers that call whether or not to notify security and maybe adjust their patrol to get to that place that might need their help right then.
Correct, with the guidelines that we lay out.
Okay. All right. John asked, what's the current interest rate that we're paying on that $36 million loan? Go ahead, Juan.
Yep, it's 4.15%. And so as Paula mentioned, there is no prepayment provision on that loan. So it's due in 2026 and that balloon payment will be due. And so we'd have to sync up our refinance with that balloon payment date essentially.
Okay, well,
Actually, there is
it's like a small window, I think. Is it 6 months on the Preston?
Well, actually, we can prepare the Preston loan, but the penalty payment is exorbitant. We've looked at it multiple times, especially when the interest rates were low, and the pre-penalty is so high that it didn't pencil out. But we have our finance people always looking at those options, and the best option right now is to, as our finance people looked at it, our best option is to set aside as much money as we can, and then when we go out to finance that loan, pay down that principal amount as much as we can.
Okay. Juan, why didn't we refinance earlier when interest rates were a little lower?
We couldn't, yeah.
Again, it was that prepayment penalty. It was like 4 times what we would have saved on a lower interest rate.
Okay. And so that's why we don't do it now, because we would have the same prepayment penalty, right?
That's correct.
All right. I think that answers the question of, can it be used to pay down the principal? It cannot be used. That would be a premature payment, right?
Correct.
Okay. Did anyone note any questions I may have missed? All right. Let's go to a vote, please, Anita.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
Yes.
Councilmember Berkeley,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes, thank you. That passes 5-0. Kudos to Juan and Victor and Lane, Matt, everybody's working on this. Do we have time to get to that last issue that was pulled off the consent? How important is it, Lane?
I think it's just answering whatever questions Michael has. I think
He's no longer, oh yes, he is. So Lane, would you like to do it tonight?
yes, if we could.
Okay, Lisa, what was your motion to extend until what time?
I said 11:30.
Okay, I'll motion we extend until we finish this next item.
Second.
Can we have a roll call, please, Anita?
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
Yes.
Councilmember Berkeley,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala,
Kathy, is it a
Mayor
yes?
Pro Tem Biala.
Oh, I said yes.
Oh, Mayor Delgado.
Yes. So David must be past his bedtime because he happily voted yes.
Said that enthusiastically too.
He really did. All right, Lane, can you lead us through that? And let's ask Mike Owen your question, Mike. Go ahead. We'll get you right up here. Or your comments, I should say.
I I would really like to have Lane go through the presentation because you need to have information about my concerns.
Okay, Lane, can you or somebody give an abbreviated presentation?
Yeah, we didn't put together a presentation. It was a consent calendar item, but Brian can highlight the item.
Yeah. So Verde is one of our on-call consultants. They did the conceptual plans for the Dune City Park and the Gloria Jean Tate Park. Council allocated funding to advance the designs on both of those parks. We have some work orders already issued on the Dunes Park, and Verde is working on that currently. And then we have in hand a proposal for Verde to do the design of the Gloria Jean Tate Park improvements, amounting to $415,494, which is more than the annual limit on the on-call contract. So this item is a recommendation that City Council increase the annual limit on the contract for this particular year, fiscal year 22 to 23, increasing that limit to $650,000 so that the designs can progress for both these parks.
Okay, Mike, let's go right to you for your comments.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. If the council members could turn to their packet, the consent item 8G1. It's only about 5 pages. That would really help explain my concerns. So as I mentioned, the Dune City Park and the Gloria Jean Tate Park are mentioned together 5 times, but the information is pretty much focused on Gloria Jean Tate Park. So the 450,000 going up to 600, it sounds like that extra amount is going to Gloria Jean Tate Park. That's my concern. There's no division or there's no separation between how much money would be allocated to the Dune City Park and how much of that would go to the Gloria Jean Tate Park. Also, there's 14 specific items that are mentioned that's going to be considered in the contract for this extension. And it goes through cornholes, all these different games and activities, but they leave out anything referencing baseball park, softball park, soccer field, which is the main components of the Dune City Park. So that's what led me at the beginning to think this was just about Gloria Jean. So without a separation of what activities are going to be in the design for the Dune City Park and which ones are just for Gloria Jean, you can't tell, like what they're supposed to be doing. And the other concern that I had, for the past 4 years is that the conceptual designs for the Dune City Park has nothing mentioned in there about the Tate treehouse garden. And I'm wondering, to me, it seems like it's the Tate treehouse project is sort of like wrapped in a cloak of invisibility because it's not even, it wasn't in the Verde designs in 2019. And I don't see how it could be mentioned in the design projects for the Dune City Park this time around. So there's just a lot of information missing. And the other concern, maybe this is going to be addressed in 16 August, was that if the Public Works Commission comes back, et cetera, is that this document talks about this conceptual design, when it's all finished, going straight to council without any other public input. It talks about like staff visits and a lot of staff review and meetings and the stakeholders, CSUMB and so forth and so on, but there's nothing about public input. So you're going to end up like in the situations that you've just gone through, like having all these detailed questions without public input, except at the last minute, and then possibly sort of like maybe going back to the drawing board. So I just think, for your review, there's a lot more information that's needed to be provided. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mike. Paula, your hand is up. Did you have comments at this time? Okay, let's go to Elizabeth Fisher. Go ahead, Elizabeth.
Again, just like Mike Owen, I am asking, will the public have a chance to give any comments about the plan for that city sports park at the Dunes? Just in case we cannot, and this is our only chance. I've said it before, there are a few questions that I have. I don't know how the elevation difference will be handled. All I see is a flat design, but there's quite some height difference between 2nd Avenue and the west side of the park. And I've seen, the 2 soccer fields. I saw a little bit of a change now. I am questioning why would the city install a new baseball field while there is a baseball field at Preston? I would vote to really maintain that one baseball field very well that the city already has. And it can also help to have people from the older parts of Marina come to the newer parts, and vice versa. If the newer people want to play baseball, they can go to the Preston Park. Sorry.
One moment, Elizabeth.
Yes.
Just let me interrupt you. I think that tonight we're deliberating, paying someone to do the design. We're not yet deliberating on the design itself. Let me check in with let me check in with Lane and Brian on that.
You're absolutely correct, Mayor. This is just extending the dollar amount with the Verdi contract for both parks. There's no delineation between dollar amount for here, dollar amount for there. We certainly, as we get our Recreation and Cultural Services Commission engaged and other commissions, we will be engaging the public with this process. And there's a lot more to be done. It's not going to be a one and done, bring it back to council to approve.
Okay,
thank you very much.
Go ahead,
yes.
Elizabeth, please continue.
Yes, thank you. Then I will stop because that was my main concern. I've learned over the years that a conceptual plan sometimes magically turns into a done deal. And I would so regret that because I think the city has better options there. So thank you very much. Have a good evening and thank you all for what you're doing.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Anyone else wishing to speak on this matter, please raise your hand. Okay, we'll close public comment. So can there be an estimate in how much of this 600 plus will go to the Dunes versus Gloria Jean parks?
So sorry for any confusion. The proposal attached to the staff report, that $415,494, that is all for Gloria Jean Tay Park. The work orders issued already under the Dunes Park, total somewhere around 100,000 right now. And then we recommended increasing it to 650,000. So there's a little bit of buffer there if we need to modify a work order or expand the scope of work during the design.
Okay, so 415K Gloria Jean, 100K Dunes, that's 515K. The 650 is in case you need an extra 125 somewhere.
Yes, that's correct.
Then what's the status of Tatum's Treehouse, and is that still going to be part of Dune City Park?
Yes, it is still going to be part of Dune City Park. We met with them, I want to say within the last month or so, and Verdi and their engineer and staff are working through some grading studies for the park, trying to figure out what kind of programming will still fit in the park, and looking at, are there trees that we can preserve in the park? So that's what we're actually working on at this point. And then something will be coming forward for review of the public commissions, getting input on the park once we have something to present.
Okay, so would you answer Elizabeth's question? How are we going to approach and handle the elevation difference? Or would you say that is to come? That's what's being studied now.
That's what we are currently working on.
Okay, let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I hear what you're saying, that you have a specific allocation for the dunes and the versus the Gloria, can't speak anymore, Gloria Jean Tate Park. But I don't think that addresses Mr. Owen's concerns, because he would say, why are you allocating 400K and 415 versus just 100 for the dunes? So could you explain that and say why?
Because we haven't asked Verde for a proposal for the full design of the Dunes Park yet, because we knew we were going to have to do the grading study first to see what programming would actually be in the park, would remain in the park, given the grades had to be dealt with. So we can't ask them to come up with a proposal on a park design that we really haven't settled what's going to be in that scope just yet.
Okay, so this just is the starter
Yes.
cost right now. Okay, so it will come. Great.
Right. So Brian, it's better to do this in 2 steps. In the future, you come back to us for more design allocation for the Dune City Park than increasing it to say 700,000 or 800,000 tonight. Do it in one step.
I'm not too particularly concerned at this point. We'll see how it goes throughout the year. And this is an allocation just for the 1 year. And next year the contract is a 2-year contract with the option to extend it. So there will be a different limit on the contract next year.
Okay. Because we're trying to balance tree conservation and preservation with maximum utilization of the park for things like ball fields and other activities, is it possible that ball fields won't be able to be included if we maximize tree conservation and minimize grading in order to protect the trees?
Well, we've identified a number of trees out there that we're trying to design around and preserve, and that's what we'll see when it comes forward. Currently, we're shifting fields around, see how see if we can still fit them in there, and it's a little bit of shuffling things around, meeting with stakeholders that were already engaged in the original concept. Now we have to re-engage and make sure that the grading works with things like the 4-tag trail, Tatum's tree house, and then the adjacent grades for the dunes itself.
Okay, so would you say that there's a balancing act going on between tree preservation and recreational uses, and that we, the city council and commissions, will get a few options in addressing that balance?
We can show you some of the iterations we went through. We'll show you what programming was in there. I don't know. I'll have to see how many options come out of that.
But Mary, you definitely will get some options. I mean, that's the whole purpose of getting them on board, because we have a lot of different things we're looking at. We're looking at grades. We're looking at retaining walls. We have to match with the dunes development. We're looking at trees. I think what you'd asked earlier is correct. I mean, if you took a position of totally maximizing trees, it would take away from recreational use. And so there really are a lot of, correct. So I think you're right on with that. And so what we're trying to do is bring Verdi in to establish some parameters here, and then we can get back and engage the public with that. And that's exactly why we haven't put several $100,000 for conceptual design, because we aren't there, and we don't want to put that money into that until we've gotten feedback from the public and you on, okay, these are the parameters, these are the constraints, and then we can start to move forward from that.
All right, a motion that we adopt a resolution before us to amend amendment number 1 for on-call landscape architectural service with Verde Design up to $650K, and we authorize city manager and city attorney to do their respective duties regarding this.
I'll second that.
Okay, Kathy Biala, I think you spoke first. So seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. And I just had one comment, and that is that I hope that we do get multiple options before we're committed in any one direction, because there is going to be, you know, one extreme, all trees, the other extreme, no trees, or something. You know, there's going to be two extremes, some steps in the middle. And it'd be nice to have a full range of options with the public and the commissions and the council, so we can pick between them. So I hope that we do get that, Lane and Brian. That'd be really nice. All right. Any
Definitely.
final other comments, questions before we go to a vote? Okay. Roll call, please, Anita.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
Yes.
Councilmember Berkeley,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
All right, we will forego the last couple housekeeping items that are standard on our agenda. But let's adjourn now. And I just want to say thank you to the public. Thank you to all the staff, council members. This was really a productive evening, although it was long. We accomplished a lot. So thanks to everybody. Good to see you, Eddie, last night, tonight. Thank you, Doug McCowan, Carlos, for being out at National Night Out. That was great. Tina Nieto, you're not here with us, but we thank
No.
you. You're here in spirit.
Thank you
Okay.
all.
Thanks,
And
everybody.
Bruce, how much do we get paid per meeting?
I get 2 checks a month for $106, so that's a lot.
I don't think I get that. City manager, what do I get?
5 or 87.
Not as much as the mayor.
Nope.